Man,
Possibly. Hey guys, live now. Yeah, Geowebs, I normally leave mine up. Normally don't take them down unless I was transferring them over to my other channel. I almost always put them up. I guess I talked about this earlier this week. Monday there was a big thing at East Green Bay High School, and I was listening to the radio. They're talking about it today, and I guess the kids got released because it was just a pellet gun. Because a couple kids had a pellet gun at school and locked it all down, and I think almost everybody from the Green Bay Police Force was outside that school building. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that, basically being let go. Actually, should look that up to see what happened. Let's see what they say for news. No file. Yeah, no charges filed against the students. So let's see exactly what it says here. Prosecutors will not file charges against a teenager who brought a pellet gun to the Green Bay East High School on Monday, forcing officials to place the school on lockdown and evacuate the building. Police recommended the 15-year-old boy be charged with misdemeanor disorderly conduct, but the Brown County District Attorney said, that's David Lassay, said Tuesday his office will not pursue a charge. Yeah. Uh, we don't think the incident was that egregious. There was no violence involved. There was nothing to suggest he was threatening anyone or pointing it at anyone. So, can you believe the district attorney actually not filing charges? Get to listen to this boring stuff. I'm just ranting on and on. If nobody wants to tune in, I mean, you've got four people at least. Well, that's still good. Four people in here.
I do agree. It is kind of weird that he brought a pellet gun to school and somebody was reasonable enough to say, hey, look, he wasn't actually trying to hurt anybody with it or use it in any way. He literally was just possessing it in a place where he shouldn't have been. And we're not going to prosecute. I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I don't know what the kid was planning to do with it. There's no saying, but he just may have been playing before he went to school with it. He's a 15-year-old kid. And realized he's gonna miss his bus or something, and just threw it in his backpack because it's like a little. I'm gonna look it up. It's a Gamma brand PT-85 blowback pellet pistol.
See, him being a 15-year-old is even more interesting because I was thinking, well, what does really at his school mean? Like, could he have left it in his car, and that would still technically be at school, but it isn't actually in the building. But if he was only 15, that means he wasn't driving, and unless he just left his stuff in his friend's car that he came to, or was at least gonna drive home with, then he would have had to have it like in a bag in the building, and so that makes it even more impressive that they're not prosecuting him for it.
That's what I'm getting at. He might have, like, in his backpack or something, and some kid saw it when he's opened his backpack. It doesn't really say, but they said that the kid put it in his locker when somebody else saw the gun. So
All I can say to that is good on the on the legal system for not prosecuting him, and to that kid who ratted on him, snitches get stitches. Be prepared to not be cool. And,
No, I'm gonna say this: the kid that should have reported him anyway because it is a gun and you cannot tell what goes if it's a real handgun or if it's an airsoft. If you just see it quickly, or even some of the pellet guns look like real freaking guns.
well, yeah, but they have the orange tips on.
Not real pellet guns, no. A pellet
Oh, they
gun does
don't?
not have to have the orange tip.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yes, so I'm all for whoever reported him, and I'm just all for them locking down school and being safe because you know heaven forbid that this kid was just waiting for a class later in that day to shoot the teacher or shoot a kid that he has in the class with that he has a grudge against or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm all for reporting. I'm all for the police letting the police sort it out.
Could
And
could this be the rare instance where nobody really did anything wrong and nothing really bad happened?
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, nothing
Wow.
nothing bad happened. And the district attorney's not doing anything, which is awesome.
And really, nobody even did anything wrong. That's the best part. That's interesting.
Yeah, as I said, maybe the kid didn't use his best judgment taking him to school or anything, but
Obviously not.
you'll
But who
probably
knows? Like
get.
he might have, he might have been like planning on like going and shooting bottles or something after school somewhere with his friends, and his friend had his or something like that, and they were just going to meet up after school and go somewhere and do that.
Yeah, it could be just like that, or it could have been that they were doing that before school and thought they could had time to go run inside and put the pellet gun inside before the bus came, but the bus came early or something. Stuff like that happens all the time.
Hmm. I remember when I was in high school, there was a kid who had like a taser. I guess he like bought it online or something like that. I'm sorry, it wasn't a taser. It was just like a little stun gun, and I saw him like tap the fender of his truck to show it off to his friends one time, and then like I don't even remember what happened to him. It was years ago, but it's like he got in trouble for having it, and that was just like a little like stun gun. That wasn't even a pellet gun where he could reach out and touch people from far off.
Hmm.
But then again, there's probably a half dozen shotguns in that parking lot any given day, so
And I'm glad they don't give the boy's name.
yeah, that's also pretty smart.
Yeah, they actually arrested two that day, so they arrested the 15-year-old girl who was with them at the time too. So it was just cause a problem. He's probably gonna get suspended, or you know, I'm saying he's gonna most likely get kicked out of school because the school's got no no tolerance on
Zero
this
tolerance.
whatsoever.
Zero.
Zero tolerance policy. So he's gone from school. That's for sure.
The so-called Pop Tart bill here in Florida, when we were initially putting that together before the legislative session, we were calling it the Let Kids Be Kids bill.
So you weren't calling it the Pop Tart Bill from the beginning?
No, amazingly enough, that was added on later.
Oh, I was talking to my girlfriend uh, during the last chat at one point, and I was explaining to her about how they were talking about the Pop Tart Bill, and she's like, "What is that?" And I said, "Well, it's named after that kid who got expelled or whatever for eating a Pop Tart, and at one point it looked like a gun while he was halfway through with it. And she had not heard anything about that. So, like, is that just something that, like, us gun people know about, and we think it's ridiculous, and we're all outraged, and we spread it around, and we all know about it, but nobody outside of the gun community knows about it?
It got a little bit of press coverage, not a ton, but when we brought it to the legislators, and I'll tell you, the NRA, they did a bang-up job with that one. We were less involved in that, but at Florida Carry, but it was just on, that bill was on easy street the whole time because it just made so much sense. And, when you go to a legislator and you say, hey, kid got suspended for chewing a Pop-Tart into an L shape, they just, it's ridiculous, these things that are happening.
Well, what happens if you got a bendy straw and you make it into an L? You're going to get suspended.
Yeah,
What
that
happens
too.
if they have, like, wooden cardboard cutouts of, like, the letters, and a kid is holding an L? It's like, would the school be liable for giving him a gun-shaped letter?
Actually, there was a case of something like that. The kid picked up a giant paper letter L and pointed it at another kid and said, "Pew!" That got him suspended.
So do we know for a fact that the letter didn't actually smell bad and he was just going, "Pew, this thing stinks"? Like, how do we know that was an actual gun?
It's ridiculous. They've outlawed the games of cops and robbers. I remember when I was a little kid, my BMX bike had imaginary missile launchers. Then when I joined the Army, they gave me a Bradley with actual missile launchers.
Yeah, well, just to mention the havoc the kid could do with the capital T and pretending it was a minigun.
Must have been one of those, like, Steyr Augs or something, right?
Minigun? If I had a big enough letter F, I could totally make that into a bullpup. Don't even get me started. Totally doable.
I bet you they're going to start having to change the way our letters are formed in our alphabet, so kids can't do that at school anymore.
One of the legislators said, "Well, what's next?" Kid picks up a stick and gets expelled for it because some teacher thinks it's a gun. Do we need to outlaw sticks too?
Yeah, it's freaking ridiculous.
I can just imagine a kid I was going to say, I can just imagine a kid practicing his letters, writing a whole bunch of L's, and then get suspended for drawing a bunch of guns.
Yeah. Well, sadly, I talked to my aunt who is anti-gun. She's the one that falls in this mindset. Nothing I could do about it. She's almost 90 years old. That if you make guns illegal, then nobody would have guns, and no crime would happen. No gun crime would happen. Which we know that's a complete fallacy. But when I told her about this little, I can't remember what grade was he in now.
Oh, kid was really young. I forget.
Yeah, I think I can't remember whatever. I told her the grade she was in, and that he ate a popsicle into like the L shape, and then went pointing at somebody, went pew, and that he got expelled from school. And she said, yes, guns are bad, so kids shouldn't be able to do that. This little kid deserved to be expelled from school.
We had an editorial come out here the other day talking about how bad that bill was, and how kids' pets are going to be eating all the spent brass shell casings that are left behind after warning shots, and they're going to have to watch their pets get sick from eating brass. I mean, this is literally the editorial from the newspaper the other day. You can't make this shit up.
Well, you could make that up, but then nobody would believe you because it's just too stupid.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, unless you've got really dumb pets who like the taste of metal, I don't think you really have to worry about it. And if your pet happens to like the taste of metal, well then,
and I don't think we're going to have
just.
I don't think we're gonna have brass littering the streets from people firing warning shots willy nilly because it's the same blood in the streets and gunfights over parking lots, over parking spaces arguments
Yeah.
they tried to make in the '80s that have never come to fruition and never will because, well, people aren't stupid.
I thought the warning shots chat ended.
Well, I just want to get to the point that besides the people are just gonna be firing warning shots everywhere. But what else is asinine? That all the pets are gonna get sick from eating all this brass.
Exactly. Yeah, this isn't the warning shot chat. This is the dogs eating brass because of irresponsible gun owners.
Yeah. Now, I've seen some dogs out at the range. Pets aren't allowed out there, but people do bring their dogs out there every once in a while, and I've never seen any of the dogs that come out there even try to eat the brass. And they're definitely coming from stupid owners who can't follow range rules, but the dogs are pretty smart not to eat brass. Now, a cat may put the brass in his mouth and start playing around with it, but that's because he thinks it's a new toy. He'll get bored with it in 3 minutes.
Unless their pet is a pack rat that likes shiny things, but even then they don't eat them; they just hoard them.
Nope, not at all.
Can you even have a pack rat as a pet? I mean, like, where would you get one? Would you get it at a pet store or a mini storage facility?
Yeah, I think they sell them as food for people's snakes.
No, you can get pet rats everywhere.
I didn't realize that those were pack rats.
They're not. Pack rats are different. I'll look one up for you here. Yeah, they look a lot different than your normal rat. You just look it up yourself. They're completely different.
Yeah, I'll just look it up later.
So I never knew that a pack rat was an actual animal. I always thought it was just a saying. So I guess I learned something today.
Oh yeah, they're trying to figure where they're located.
If we could get pack rats to clean up brass, I would totally bring a bunch of them to the range. I hate picking up my brass.
That's actually a really good idea. Just make you know how they have those bees, those beehives, they're totally artificial, but they're made for the bees and bees love them, so they build their little, I don't know what you call it, their hives in there. Could you make an artificial habitat for the pack rat that it's just going to love to be in, and you just kind of set a couple of them out at the range, then they'll just run out, they'll pick up the brass, and they'll bring them back into their little box. And once every other day, you just open it up, scoop out a whole bunch of brass, close it up, and then he just goes out and refills it.
Now, if you live out in the western United States or northern Mexico, that's basically where they're mostly found, but they'll also the coastal western United States. And up into western Canada, so they're up by Yankee and north.
I guess Oklahoma's a little too south for pack rats then.
Yeah, I know. Informing everybody about pack rats. Yay.
All right.
Robbie, I didn't know that. Robbie put an interesting fact in. They have mine-detecting rats.
They have mines, you think? Like landmines?
Yeah. Hey, Digital, if you don't like fucking Animal Planet, then go watch something else.
That could be interpreted a different way than I think he means.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Told him to go watch something else. You should know what I'm talking about. Guys, don't look for me for topics. I'm just hosting this thing because GWeb's got bandwidth issues.
Okay, I have a question for the panel. Um, favorite flavor to chew a Pop Tart into a gum with?
I mean, come on, there's the classic cherry, strawberry, blueberry. I think you want to go through the most. I think you're gonna have to go with cherry because then it looks like your gun is bleeding as well. Like it got splattered with the blood of the person who's shooting.
Pop-Tarts are kind of nasty. I don't eat them.
I agree. So I grew up eating them. I don't eat them any
Okay,
longer.
fine.
I think the best
Favorite
are cinnamon sugar.
favorite stuffing of a Hot Pocket if you're not into Pop Tarts to chew into a gum, Jake.
Favorite what?
I think Hot
Flavor
Pocket.
of Hot Pocket, yeah.
Name
Favorite
and
Hot
Hot Pot.
Pocket.
life.
I'm gonna say I don't eat Pop Tarts. I'm diabetic, so did it as a kid though. And I'm gonna say this about Hot Pockets: if you like eating something that's will burn your mouth on the outside but break your teeth on the inside because it's still frozen, there you go.
Well, that's an interesting idea. G-Web said, feed them brass and walnut shells, and the brass comes out clean. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for that kind of humor right now. My dog's having neurological problems.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
My cats had spatial distortion problems. 4 cats in one window doesn't quite work.
There's one of those cats that we always see videos of that tries to jump from one place to another and doesn't even come close.
Yep, I had 4 this morning. After I woke up, I opened the window 'cause it's a beautiful day here. Finally, no rain and no humidity really, so it was beautiful. But all the cats tried to fit in the first window I opened, and I couldn't believe it. It was hysterical. One cat was actually standing on the back of the other to look out the window. You can see that didn't last too long before one of the cats got pissed at the other.
My dogs will literally sit on top of each other. Like my couch kind of like butts up next to a window, and they like to look at it. So it's like one will be like sitting there with its head on the arm, looking out the window, and the other one will be sitting on top of it, also looking out the window.
Yeah, none. My cats get along great. None of them are siblings or anything like that. And they don't get into cat fights except for play. But when one gets upset at the other, it's a little swipe of the paw, get away from me. But the cat that was on the back of the one, the cat stood up and actually made the other cat fall out of the window. It was onto my bed, so he was fine, but still, it was hysterical. And now that the window's been open all day, they don't even care to go on it.
Did I hear you're still doing the chat tomorrow night?
Who said that?
That was super quiet, whoever just said that.
Oh. How's it now?
Much better.
Okay.
A little bit better. Turn you up on the master.
Sorry.
Twice as loud and still pretty quiet.
I was just asking if you're still doing that chat tomorrow night.
Me?
Are you doing one on long guns?
No. That might be Chris.
Oh, I thought you had asked G-Webs if you could continue on what you were doing the other night. I missed that. It was really good.
Oh yeah, that was good guy.
Yeah,
That
that was
was
a
a
good guy
good
with the
chat. I
gun.
watched that. I thought it was excellent.
The alternative to the AK and the AR chat.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
I really like that.
Yeah, he's going to be running another one of those. Hopefully, set it up as a podcast.
Yeah, the chat I'm is Saturday night, and that's going to be the psychology of the anti-gunner, which should be really interesting.
Interesting little knife quirk. This is a Kershaw Mirage, or wait, CRKT Mirage, left-handed, which is pretty fucking rare of a knife in left-handed.
Yep,
And it's like the lock and everything, like it's actually a left-handed knife. Like
that's cool.
pretty cool. My brother's left-handed, so I'm doing some tooling and stuff on it for him. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. You don't see a lot of like left-hand dedicated knives.
No, normally they're dual thumb studs is about the best you're going to get.
Yep. This one's a dual thumb stud, and then it's got the actual lock is left-handed.
Yeah, well, I finally got around and ordered myself a knife.
What was it, a ghost town knife?
No, it's a El Cheapo. I shouldn't say El Cheapo, but it's a Kershaw.
Cheap enough.
Exactly, but I actually went ahead to actually found the Colts or the Kershaw Emerson design.
Sweet. I want a Skyline really bad. I want a Kershaw Skyline.
Didn't they stop making those, or did they reintroduce them?
You still see them in Walmart pretty regularly, so I don't know if they make them or not, but there's still a bunch of them out there.
So I know the one you're talking about. It's actually a light knife too.
Are you kidding, man? We were just talking about cats, let alone knives.
Yeah, now we're going to knives. Yeah, I'm looking at this. It's only 2.3 ounces.
Sweet.
That's a really cool knife. I remember seeing that. I think a Nut and Fancy video actually on it.
Oh, is that the Mirage?
No, the Skyline.
Oh, the Skyline. Yeah, that's a little tiny guy. Not a big knife at all.
No. Actually, it's got a 3 1/8 inch blade. These according to Amazon. 2.3 ounces.
We just bought a few hundred knives today. We're going to be giving them away to our executive members on their renewals and stuff. Never thought I'd be dropping a few grand on knives.
My customers tell me every time.
You can always send one to me. I'll take one.
Well, that's easy. Just join Florida Carry.
Oh, okay. I'm reading about the Skyline. It's 14C 28N steel.
Yeah, it's only like a $30 knife. They're pretty cheap. It's just I love the lines of it. It's a really clean looking.
Actually, it's 41 on Amazon. So.
Well, they were 30 at Walmart for a few years, but it's been a while since I looked for them. So.
Yeah. Well, that was when they were a different steel too. This is an upgraded. They changed the steel. They went to the 14C 28N, which is relatively new for Kershaw. That's
That's funny. I've got Cold Steels. I've got Charades. I've got what's the other ones? I've got K-bars. I've got a bunch of the kind of mid-range knives, I guess. I've got a couple of Benchmades. I've got a couple of Spydercos, things like that. And I have just never figured out the desire for the prestige $400 knives and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, they're beautiful workmanship, but they don't do anything that my other knives do, or that my other knives don't do.
just depends on which knife you're talking about. There's a lot of different knives. My $500 knife is a buck knife with a lot of inlay and fancy work on it, but it's still a buck knife at heart, which is $49. So
Right. Which and I get
at
that
that
from
case, you're just
from a
buying
collector standpoint.
workmanship. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
different. If you're talking about, if you're talking about, the difference between an Emerson and a Kershaw version of an Emerson, it's really you have to abuse them. You have to abuse them and trash them to get them to that point where you actually get the value, and not a lot of people do that.
Oh, I've definitely broken quite a few knives in my time, but I guess not enough to say, oh, I need a $600 knife that I can, pry the tank tread off of the tank.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Most folks never do. I mean, that's a very rare thing that somebody really needs a knife that can take that much damage and abuse.
Yeah, because if I pry out a tank tread with a knife and it snaps, I just go get another $30 knife.
Well, aren't tanks supposed to have tools for changing the treads anyway?
Yeah, usually it's called about 4 or 5 privates, 1 sergeant supervising, a big old hammer, and a couple of guys with Leathermans and Gerbers.
And airplane fuselages also have doors, but you never know when you're going to have to cut your way out of one with your pocket knife. I mean, stab a bunch of holes till there's a big square opening.
Believe me, the windshields pop out easier.
Yeah, I will say this. I can't see myself spending, over $150 on a knife. And the reason is I'm just afraid that I'm going to lose it. So, I wouldn't feel bad losing a $30 knife or even a $50 knife. I wouldn't feel too bad about. It's happened once, and okay, I got over it in a day. But if I lost a $150 knife, I'd be like crying.
Yeah, I agree.
You were saying something can be cut out. No, there is something to say too about better steel too. Better steel, it's heat treated well by the company. Like a zero tolerance over Kershaw. Since I was talking about Kershaw's earlier, that they're better build quality.
Now, just from a pure aesthetic point, would I love to have like some beautiful Damascus steel knife with gold inlay and ivory handles and rubies set into the thing that match my eyes or something? I don't know. Sure, why not? I mean, but at that point, is it a knife or a piece of jewelry?
Exactly.
I would look at that as a work of art.
Yeah, what I always tell my customers is it's a functional work of art. I mean, it's fully functional, full lifetime guarantee. You can drop them off your Harley at 65 miles an hour and they'll survive it no problem. But they're also, one of a kind, handmade, one of one pieces. So we got. I know G-Webs is out.
Right, but if it's that beautiful a knife, am I really going to take it out in my backyard and start cutting up in the bags of topsoil?
Yeah, I mean, you can. You can for sure because we replace it if anything ever goes wrong.
You can, but am I going to do it? No, I'm going to grab the piece of junk knife I've got that's going to rip right through that bag just as easily and not mess up the finish on my beautiful $800 knife.
Well, I wouldn't bother using a knife at that point. You could just go ahead and use a box cutter.
So G-Webs, if you're out there watching, I inlaid the first coin from Goonie. I got it inside the side of my moving. And it came out fucking beautiful. Like, I gotta get a little wood putty to patch the edges, make them perfectly round, but it looks awesome.
That is sweet, Huck.
And she does a fantastic job on these skulls. I imagine you guys can't get the detail.
All right, so what are you holding that in with?
Yeah, it's epoxied and pinned.
Okay. I have to re-epoxy in the on the old Marlins, the little bullseye inlay. One flew out. I've got a 1972 model. One made in 1972. It's a Marlin 1895 4570. I get the thing. It's got a little pitting on the barrel. I'm taking care of that. But first time out at the range with the thing, shot about 50 rounds through it. My shoulder was killing me afterward. Got home and that little inlay had popped out. So I go into the Marlin orders forum. Just kind of said hi and bitched about the inlay falling out. And somebody was nice enough to mail me one. He's like, hey, I've got a spare. Give me your address. I'll send it to you. A couple days later, it showed up. So I just got to sand it down and sand it to shape and epoxy it in. I just thought it was really nice that you go out kind of into the gun community and somebody was willing to, didn't ask anything else. Just, hey, welcome to the forum, and I'm sending you this because they're sometimes a little hard to find.
Yeah, and I want to say one thing to Huck. I find it sacrilege that you're putting an American coin into a Russian gun.
Okay.
You should get her like a Stalin face coin to do that too or something.
I'm about to inlay a silver Egyptian scarab pendant thing in my Yugo AK, so I'm not much of a purist.
I know, I was giving you
Well, didn't American coin cause the fall of the Soviet Union anyway, so it's kind of appropriate in my book.
Oh yeah, but I would say if you could get like a Stalin coin and you could do the skull out of the Stalin coin, that'd just be cool.
Hell, I might have her make me one someday and replace it. I definitely want to get the ones for my AK custom cut. So I'm gonna have her do 1947s if I can get them.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
And then leave the date on them and so on.
That's an idea. Every once in a while we give away guns at Florida Carry. Maybe we should do one with do a nice one with the wood stock and like some kind of custom Florida Carry coin inlaid into it. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I went to Florida Carry, but I never plan to go back to Florida again. Spent just shy of a week down there at the end of September, and I'm never going back.
Why is that?
Oh, we're going to have a nice cool day. High in the upper 90s and 100% humidity. And frickin' September, I was expecting a little bit cooler, but I was down there, in Fort Lauderdale area, and I'm like, this is killing me.
Yeah, you get used to being well hydrated here externally. Yeah, hey, at least it's not like Arizona, and people in their 40s don't look like they're 60 and shriveling.
Yeah.
My dad lived in Arizona for a good amount of time, and you go out there and you see somebody like, oh, what are you, 17? No, I'm 32.
Yeah, when I was out, I couldn't keep enough water in me to keep me hydrated, or keep enough shirts on hand. It should tell you to pack four suitcases full of extra shirts. You'd be sweating through them that much.
I'll tell you, I remember the experience of out at Fort Irwin, California, out in the desert. Spent a month out there, and we get onto a plane that flies us right back to Fort Benning, Georgia. And I remember just as I'm stepping through the door of the aircraft, and after a month out in the desert, and walk out, and it's 100% humidity at Fort Benning. And I literally thought somebody had opened up my head, taken a pitcher of water, and poured it down my lungs because I couldn't breathe all of a sudden. I guess going out to Fort Irwin was the first time I was ever in my life just completely away from the humidity of living on the coast because I've always lived in humid climates, I guess.
If Keeson is... I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was reading the chat, and if Keeson's still listening, do some research on the Century C93. Let's just say that when Century builds a gun themselves, especially something as precise as an HK pattern, you need to be careful. For for a century-built HK pattern, you know, the C93 or the set May, you need to buy it in person. You need to take it apart, take a look at the bolt face, make sure that it has not been ground down, and make sure that it head spaces properly before you hand over the money.
Yeah, and I got a talk. How long do you think a $5 machete from Harbor Freight will last?
It'll definitely last through $5 worth of cutting. I've bought those specifically to go camping before. The Walmart version, I think they're like $6, and they do their job, but it's shitty steel. You know, they're not going to last years. But if you're buying it for something specific, like some specific video or job or something, you should be fine. You might have to resharpen it before you use it.
It was actually a joke, because I wanted to go back into what G-Webs was talking about. He's got a comment, so if G-Webs, you there, I want to hear it.
So you guys were talking about inexpensive guns, and I tend to be the same way because I'm cheap or whatever. But I had a friend who bought a pretty expensive, like, daily carry pocket knife, like $300. And the way he justified it is he's a man, and you know you can have a nice watch if you want. You don't lose your watch. And he's like, I haven't lost a pocket knife since I can remember. So why am I carrying around like a $30 pocket knife when I could have some, you know, pride in my knife, and I can carry a knife I've always wanted. So he's like, instead of just looking at them in magazines, I decided one time to just buy it. They actually used a bonus, you know, kind of some found money he got. You know, but he kind of splurged on it, and he's like, screw it, you know. I mean, that way when you say open up the thing of planting soil, I mean, he uses it literally just open up boxes and do like normal work you would do at a job. But yeah, so it's a $300 knife or whatever that he's doing it with. But you know, every time he does it, he's able to just sort of, you know, take that break in the day and smile a little bit and go, this is the knife I like, you know. So I don't think it's a bad thing if you can afford to do it. I don't think you should go into debt to do it, because I've seen people on YouTube go crazy buying, you know, knives with like, you know, some sort of a, you know, compulsion or something. But if you can afford to do so, I say go for it. You know, enjoy finer things once in a while.
No, I know, and I justified it for myself, because I've lost, within the last 2 years, I've lost a pocket knife, so I would hate having to do that on a $300 knife, or, you know, a $400 knife, or one of, you know, Huck's Beauties, which I won't even say the prices on. It can be.
Wouldn't believe the fucking price I sold one for today.
Well, again, do you have like the cheapest wallet because you might lose it, and then the cheapest watch because it might break, and then the cheapest pen because somebody might steal it, and then before you know it, you're walking around with a bunch of, you know, disposable stuff, which is cool, but you know you can do it. There's nothing stopping you. I'm just saying I don't think somebody should have to justify if they want to fork out a couple of bucks for a knife that just has visual appeal, or has, you know, the appeal that I'm keeping a knife maker who I really like. You know, I own one of their knives now.
I'm not saying that. That's great for other people, but for me, it's just, I would, if I lost that $300 knife, would be crying for quite a while.
My brother was just having to argue with a buddy of his because his buddy doesn't see the value in Kimbers. The discussion we had on here the other night, and I made the point just to shut them both up that you could easily just carry around a little .22 zip gun that you make out of a little piece of brass and a, you know, little pistol grip.
Switching out on any money if you ever lose it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a little piece of shit. Well, and it doesn't cost you anything. It works. I mean, they're really easy to make functional. And but you choose to carry a Kimber or a Glock. This guy particularly carried a Glock, and like you choose that because you really like it, you really trust it, you know the reputation of it. There's a lot. I mean, you wouldn't do that anywhere else in your gear or with your car.
Are we talking Kimbers made in the 90s, or are we talking about Kimbers?
Just as an example, not even anything specific. We're talking about a lump sum of money, even not even just a gun. I mean,
like the concept that you only live once, and if you're going to carry around a tool, might as well carry around a tool that's you can enjoy, right?
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm even on the opposite side of the argument. I don't carry one of my knives. I carry a $30 Cold Steel because that's what I can afford and what I can't go broke and keep a knife. So when I get the supply and demand filled and everything, I got everything worked out so I can just keep a knife, I'll have one. But
well, it's like this one, this cold steel, I carried this almost the whole time I was in the military. This thing has served me well. It's one of the few I haven't broken and somehow haven't dinged up even too bad. And this thing's, I've deployed 3 times with this knife. I'm shocked at how well it's stood up, and I haven't broken off the little clippy doodad on this. I don't even know if they make this model anymore.
I don't think so.
Even if they do, they don't make them like that anymore. They've changed their production quite a bit.
Oh man, I mean this thing is, I would recommend this thing to anybody. I use this as a just infantry grunt, doing infantry grunt stuff with it, and it still looks this good after this thing's got 8 years in service, and God, I got out in 2011.
Yep, I've got to say, yeah, cold steel I notice has changed. They're going to a lot of that 416 or 4116 German Krupp steel, which, in my experience, it does not keep the edge as well as a little bit more expensive Oz 8. Oz 8 is, still an entry-level steel, but it's just a little bit better and I think a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, this thing, it's made in Japan stainless. I'd be lying if I told you what grade of stainless it was.
Oz 8A.
But I'll tell you anymore. I usually just carry this.
I thought IUS was a European.
These German Army knife, Swiss Army knife, Victorinox. This has just kind of become my EDC knife now.
Yeah, my EDC is still my cold steel Talite. That thing has not failed me.
And this is our last model of giveaway knife we did. Yeah, this is my cut open bags of topsoil knife. It works good. It's a cheap knife, but it works good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Benchmade, maybe even Spyderco now have ways you can do things for organizations like that. You can look into getting a Benchmade or something.
We can totally do that, but we charge a $50 membership, and we still have to have money to do lobbying after we give people a knife. $50 for the executive membership, $25 for the regular ones. But if it's a $30 knife, that doesn't leave us a whole lot of money left to go do lobbying and educational programs and file lawsuits.
Yeah, and before anybody says I only buy cheap knives, I do have a Benchmade. It's not a cheap knife at all. It's a $100 knife, and I do carry it, but I'm always really leery about carrying some. Like, if I lose a $100 knife, it's gonna hurt. It's not like I can just go around, if I lose it the next day, order another one. It'll take me a couple months of spare cash to buy another one, and don't want to do that. Yeah. And, I do own a SIG, but it's the inexpensive SIG. I'm actually trying to save up to get a 226, so. Let's see.
I was in a gun store here the other day, and they had this knife, these SOG assisted openers, and they're selling them for like $90.
Yep.
And I think this is probably a $60 knife. I think that's
give them more of a $25, $30 knife, but
yep.
I'm so disgusted with SOG these days, it's not even funny.
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, what I paid for it was probably $60 at the time I bought it.
Well, yeah, but that's back before SOG sold out and started making everything overseas. Well, at the wrong overseas.
Yeah, there is. People don't understand that There are some great companies that manufacture knives overseas. Cold Steel, Spyderco, name a couple of them.
But the difference really is in the quality control of the companies. SOG did not, when they moved overseas to Taiwan, they did not have the same quality and materials as they used to. Cold Steel
Really?
kept
When
everything
did that
consistent.
happen?
Within the last 5 years, I believe, and maybe a
Yep.
little longer, but
Really?
they started coming out with a fusion line. I spent $65 on a SOG Seal Pup, which is they're one of their smaller little
Yeah.
fixed blades, and it was a total piece of shit. Like it was mixed fittings. Like the handle was from a Seal Pup Elite, but the blade was a Seal Pup blade, and it was hard plastic instead of soft rubber. Just all this random bullshit.
And they're
I was still in the military when the SOG Seal knife and the Seal Pup came out, and those weren't cheap even at PX.
yeah.
No,
Also, I was gonna say also SOG went to cheaper steel, and they're not heat treating it nearly as well. I mean, you can go to a cheaper steel like HCR 13 MOV, which is a Chinese steel, and if it's heat treated right, it's a great budget steel. But if it's heat treated poorly, it's no better than a butter knife.
See, I still have, and I still love, I have one of the SOG multi-pliers, basically their answer to the Leatherman. But, I like that it didn't flip backwards, so, you go to press on it, you didn't, press into your hand with the wrong end of the, kind of the wrong end of the handle, and it had that little ratcheting action, and that thing always served me well. But between that and I've never liked Leathermans. I just thought they opened wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they open wrong, that's a good way. That's why I never got a Leatherman. That's why I've always liked the quality of the Leathermans.
Dude, they quit opening that way like a long time ago.
They did?
They're one of the more comfortable ones, in my opinion, at this point. Those first ones suck.
They don't do the reverse open?
You can, every Leatherman I have two of my favorite tools are Leathermans, and you can get to the blades with a little Spyderco looking scallop in the blade, so you can just open it one-handed.
Oh no, you can get to the blades, but when you're using the actual pliers,
yeah, they're comfortable. Yeah, they open the other way, but they're comfortable.
They open the other way now. Okay.
No, they open the way that they always have. But I'm saying they're not uncomfortable, and you don't need to open them to get to the blades, the important tools.
I don't know if you're putting a lot of pressure on the blade, because I was a mechanized infantry guy. I drove Bradleys and I gunned Bradleys, so I used the pliers a lot. And if you're pushing something hard with those pliers on a Leatherman, it's kind of rough on your hands.
Yeah,
I
can even tear up your hands.
Gerbers until I got that SOG, but the Gerbers, they did a little flip out, and they've got a comfortable handle for putting heavy pressure on the pliers.
Yeah, if I carry around a multi-tool like that, I normally use the pliers because I've normally taken out another knife to use a knife. I carry them around, just in case I need, a screwdriver, what have you. I'm not carrying around because I need a knife too. So I like having the rounded side to side without the multi-tools on the outside when I need to use those pliers, because it'll tear up my hand. I want to know why DP is selling his mini grip Tillion Benchmade. So, I'd like to hear why you're selling that, DP.
I suspect it comes in a blue box. He doesn't like that.
Oh, he wants a black box?
No, he wants a red box. Because he's a blood.
Aren't the black boxes the good ones? And like, or am I getting confused? Red boxes.
Yeah, but if you're a gang, if you're involved with gang activity, then you want one to be the color of your gang. So
Ah,
make a
okay.
red one.
So he's going the cheap route. We got room here, folks. You can come and join us. And Guru, I think the red boxes are actually their H&K line.
Red's China or something.
Yeah, which is the H&K knives.
Don't buy red boxes. Only blue or black.
So now you've got me sitting here looking at my SOG knife because I can't remember what year I bought this thing. I've had it for a while though, and I cannot find anywhere on this where it says where it was made.
Interesting.
Do the current ones like say made in Taiwan? Or?
I only played around with them at Gander Mountain, and I can't tell you. Not Gander Mountain, at Cabela, sorry.
And this is, I guess, one of the newer models. This is their SOG Trident Tonto blade one. A little assisted opening knife. I can't remember how many years ago I bought this thing. It's been a while. Regardless of where it's made, it's you know, obviously seen some abuse and has held up pretty well to it.
Yeah, I can't tell you when it was made or anything like that, but oh man, the gold box. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Ralph.
Of course, when I was in the military, everybody was carrying those Gerber Gators. You know, again, I guess I had to be weird. I didn't like the Leathermans. Everyone was carrying Leathermans. I carried the Gerber or the SOG. Everybody was carrying those Gerber Gator flip knives, and I was carrying this Cold Steel.
Yeah, the Gerber line has also one of those companies that have moved their plant to a shitty China plant, so their quality has gone way, way down.
I never liked the old ones in the 90s. You know, I just didn't think the quality was there. If the handle was comfortable, sure. The knife sucked.
Yeah, I'm finding my niche. I like a lot of the more inexpensive knives because I'm finding that the way I use a knife, it works just fine. I don't need to shell out the huge dollars for a high-end steel to get the performance I want out of a knife.
Well, you know, mostly I wanted it to open my MREs and clean my fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll still say I've got this little yellow. What the hell is it? Something from Spyderco that's yellow and it's H1 steel, and it's little. It's not the tiniest like toy ones or whatever, but you could definitely call it a keychain knife. But it's you know it's Spyderco and it's decent enough where you know it's great quality. It's you know be big enough blade. It's maybe an inch and a quarter or something. So it's enough that you can use it for stuff. And I do. I use it all the time, and I love it. I love the idea that I got a little piece of H1 steel. I don't remember what it cost me, but whatever it cost me, I know at the time I was like, ugh, you know, this could be a knife like literally looks, you know, from 6 feet away, I bet, and most people would go, oh, that's one of those like 99-cent knives you see in like a little fishbowl-looking thing next to the register at the hardware store, because that's kind of what it looks like. But it's H1 steel, and I got it right when H1 was like hitting the scene or whatever. And I think it's cool as heck, even if I am just cleaning my fingernails with it, or picking my toe, or cutting a patch off the back of card hearts always have a patch on them on the pocket. I always cut that off, and it's like razor sharp. Well, but it's just razor sharp, and I always dig that I'm using this little whatever $30 knife that will last me forever. And then whenever I die, somebody else will pick it up, and it'll last them forever if they keep in mind that it's cool little piece of metal. And like I said, I've got a cool little piece of H1. I love that.
All right, so I just got to know this picture that you've got up. What is that second one from the left? Because I kind of dig that one.
A long
Are
one?
you talking about the pictures, the knives in my picture here?
Yeah.
Oh, this is from a cowboy show years ago. I don't have any clue. It looks like it's probably rock with sinew and a piece of wood. So this could be an Indian guy I know's table, or maybe an Indian guy I don't know. But it looks like a bunch of... Well, at least that one on the far right is that fake one. I don't know. Maybe it is a piece of ceramic. It looks to me like a piece of rock.
It's got to look like a small, thick skinning knife.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need right now is a decent skinning knife. I do not have one right now. Not one that I like anyway.
When you guys were talking earlier, I just wanted to find a picture that, kind of went along with it. And that's the kind of thing, again, like, do you need to have a knife with an antler on it? No. But, dang, how awesome would it be if, like, you go out, you get a hunt or whatever, or you have a good hunt, and then you take a piece of your antler and you give it to Huck, and he turns your favorite knife into, the antler into the handle of it.
That would be something I would do. That'd be cool. If I hunted.
What if you didn't hunt? What if you're just hiking, bird watching, or whatever you do, smashing things with your warhammer, and then you came across what do they call that when they shed them? I guess a shed, and then you're like, oh dang, this is like one of my most epic warhammerings, and then I found this cool antler shed, sent it to Huck, and now I got knife out of it.
Yeah, I might do something like that too.
Huck now owes me 10% for each of the knives I just sold.
No, I understand. So G-Webs understands. I understand everything why somebody would do that.
You were like, oh, I can understand why somebody does it, but I just keep a $10 knife in my pocket or whatever. Like, I hear you. I have $10 knives too, but then
I don't keep a $10 knife.
I try to carry around a nicer knife because I go after my friends. I used to be the same guy. I'd be like, well, I'll pay $60 for a Axis Lock Griptilian, because that's a decent knife. They can do just about everything. No, they used to be 60. I got them for 60, whatever, used or on eBay or however I got them. But so whatever. I'm like, I'm willing to pay $60 because that's something I can afford to lose if I lose it. And then after a while, you don't lose knives. I mean, I don't lose knives. I'll wail on the pocket clips quite a bit, and then the knife falls in my pocket. But I very rarely can't think of how many knives I've actually lost ever, especially since I've been an adult. So I can totally understand why somebody would want to have a little bit more pride in what they're using every day than carry a couple $100 knife, even a $600 or $700 knife. I mean, you do lose your retail value on it, or your resale value, but sometimes you're not buying those things as an investment necessarily.
I don't look at any knife as an investment. I almost modify every knife. I almost always modify something in some way, even just a little bit.
So you're not worried about resale, you mean? But I mean, if you're going out wearing a tuxedo to some event or whatever, you're going to wear a nice knife, right? So why not just do it every day?
I'm going out.
That's why I bring my ceremonial Gurkha to weddings.
Well, I wear nicer watch to go places, and
Yeah, my EDC is a $45 knife, so I mean, it's not the cheap $20. Not a lot of people, it's the thing is, I love the way it looks. I think it's this really cool knife. I love the shape. I just get a big kick out of it every time I open it up. I just enjoy it. I just think it's so much fun.
Well,
And it does put
it's
a
kind of
smile
like
on
the
my
difference
face.
between having your everyday carry gun and your barbecue gun.
Yep.
Exactly.
But all right, so I know very few people that regularly carry a fixed blade knife. I do know some. Uh, I have a couple, and a couple of that occasionally put on. But they're a couple of K bars. I like the K bar contos. I beat the hell out of them. I haven't broken one yet. And I know there are much better knives out there, but they've worked for me.
K-Bars make some really
chopping
awesome
down
knives.
small trees with their full size tonto. But I'm not kidding, chopping down small trees to that thing. But how many of you guys actually carry a fixed blade knife day to
I do.
day?
Every day.
Every day. Every day.
Rides opposite my Glock.
Yeah.
I keep one
every
in
day.
my pack so that I don't carry my pack with me like everywhere I go, but it's in the vehicle if I go somewhere and I don't take it in, so it's usually within reach-ish.
Yeah,
made this
I actually
whole-
carry around two, and I won't count one as well. I'll still count it. My little Cold Steel Super Edge. It's only like a little 2-inch blade, but it's on my keychain all the time.
And I think Huck might have been saying something about it earlier, but if you're stuck in like a building and it's on fire or something, and it's most construction these days, it's just those metal 2x4s and some plywood and some insulation. So maybe a whiteboard or something in your way. But for the most part, a fixed blade would probably be enough to let you smash through a few walls and get to an outside wall or whatever.
A good
Yep,
full.
and I carry around a neck knife, a long neck knife. So
That was one of the original advertisements for the ZT, the zero tolerance knives, was a picture of the knife laying next to a piece of airplane fuselage that they'd hacked a hole into that was big enough to get through.
Yeah, if you can get through a beer can, you can get through an airplane fuselage. I've been flying airplanes since I was a kid.
Hey, and my other
or maybe it wasn't a fuselage, it was definitely an armored piece, whatever it was. It was nice
either the Cold Steel Hideout or the Cold Steel spike that goes around my neck. So one's a 3-inch blade, one's a 4-inch blade. So I do have fixed blades on me every day.
Maybe it was me.
I think by
People
fixed
look at
blade,
me a
you
little
meant like a
strange.
man's fixed blade, like for men with genitals.
Okay. So I should be
Quark has
carrying
to worry
around
about a bunch of cats
my
ganging up on
K-bar.
him.
Yeah, my K-bar Warthog, the one that weighs a pound.
Wait, are you discriminating against the eunuchs?
No, they were at least born with them.
For a little knife, the Cold Steel Super Edge is freaking awesome. Anytime I got to open up that frustration packaging, as I call it, the plastic stuff that's horribly, horribly hard to open with anything, that Super Edge just goes right through it like it's nothing.
I always love it when you get a knife that's in that packaging that you can't open without a knife.
Yep.
Like, but if I had a knife, I wouldn't have bought this.
Exactly. You sit there and you try to cut it with scissors, and you realize you need to sharpen your scissors to be able to cut through an inch of it.
Yeah, I found the can opener actually works fairly decently. Just take a can opener around the edge of those things, and they work.
I don't know how many times I cut myself trying to open one of those packages. It's not with the knife that I'm trying to open it with either. It's on the frickin' plastic.
I've never been out so hard as
Warhammer, I'm open now.
Warhammer tends to destroy what's in the packaging as well.
But you don't cut yourself.
That is true. The little Warhammer actually comes in quite handy. And I don't need the sledgehammer, I just break out the Warhammer.
All right, so you guys that EDC fixed blades, what are you doing about the sheaths? How are you actually packing these?
Appendix carry with no sheath because they're hardcore.
It's strapped around my neck.
Yeah, I carry tip up because I'm not as hardcore, but yes.
I wear a tip up around my neck, so you just go. Nobody's gonna be able to stab me through the throat with it before I can get it out, so I'm okay.
Yeah, I usually just some simple belt sheath.
Like I've got a little custom kydex for the fixed blade that I do occasionally carry. Panther concealment. Know those guys. Great holster. Great gun holsters. Fastest damn OWB gun holster I've ever used in my life that actually has any retention. Just thing's awesome. But I use that, but I still find, especially having put on way more than a few pounds since I got out of the military, I go to sit down and I've got this fixed blade on my side and it just winds up poking into me. I haven't found a just comfortable way to carry it in kind of all possible positions like I have with some of my good gun holsters.
Yeah, it's a
What
lot
about
different than a gun.
horizontal on the belt? Horizontal on the belt, like pointed out the front.
That's
That's all you
definitely
have to do.
a good technique. I find that here I'll just flip on my camera. I don't know if you can see my camera or not. This is the rig I run. It's a little. I fixed it into a little pouch that holds a multi-tool and a flashlight as well. But it's the same concept. The belt loop's the same. I run it loose. I run a loose belt loop so that when I'm sitting down, I can camp my knife to the side, and then it doesn't dig in anywhere or anything. And it just kind of sits back here. And if I sit in a car, it has enough room and play that it can move around and not hurt my positioning or anything.
What happens when an innocent child sees that, though?
Nothing usually.
Oh, by the way, I don't know
I'm
if
very
anybody
concealed
caught
though.
this. Yeah, I don't know if
Well,
anybody caught.
are we going to have people's pets eating your knife when you drop it?
Yeah. Speaking, what with that little child, that brings up. I actually missed it last night because I fell asleep at just after 6. But I guess they were gonna talk about, at least on the news, whatever that news is on ABC. Whatever that hour-long show is, can't remember the name of it. But they're actually going to talk about open carrying assault rifles in restaurants, and I completely missed it. I don't know if anybody else caught that.
On national TV, I'm sure it was fair and well balanced and from all perspectives.
Yeah, from ABC, of course.
Now, ABC doesn't tend to be as bad as NBC.
Well, yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to be good coverage. I just said they tend not to be as bad as NBC.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying that Charlemagne wasn't quite as bad as Attila the Hun.
Yeah. Nobody saw that?
I have no TV.
Yeah, I don't have any kind of cable or anything.
All is on stuff where you don't need to have
I
cable.
don't have rabbit ears either.
See, I get pissed off every time I go to a channel and I don't get it, so I order it. So my cable bill's like my biggest bill in the house.
Netflix ruined me. Unless I can watch every episode of an entire show, then I'm bummed. Like I have to.
Oh well, yeah. Well, there's that. There's plus.
That's like living in the dark ages.
I know, right? It seems so fucked up to have to wait for a week to see an episode.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm not even watching
every
24
channel
anymore
on
because I
cable,
refuse to watch it one at a time.
Plus the
Horrible.
Netflix, plus the Google Prime. And honestly, I don't watch that much TV. It's just when I want to watch something, I want to be able to get to it.
Yeah, I just went on a binge where I watched.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you're not going to watch a lot of TV, then yeah, who wants to wait around for to have to watch the thing you want when it's on, or have to settle for whatever's on? I just recently went and watched somebody's cable. I didn't really watch it. I just looked through what do you call that, the guide or whatever, in the afternoon one day, and I was like, come on, are you seriously? Like, I wouldn't have wanted to watch anything that was on, and I'm sure they're paying a lot of money because they had like 200 channels or something. So, nothing on that I would have wanted to watch, and what's the point of paying that if you can't watch immediately what you want to watch when you want to watch it?
I'm actually trying to see if I can find it and see if it's up
I've got
there.
about 4 shows that I'm hooked on, and the rest I can do without. But still, it's like, okay, I gotta watch my Falling Skies. I've got to watch my Game of
Is Falling
Thrones.
Skies started again?
Yeah,
I thought
yeah,
it was done.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it came back. It just came back like last week
Sweet.
or this week.
That show has
I'm
everything
still
that a
waiting
good
for like
TV show needs.
Boardwalk Empire to come
Aliens,
back.
hot chicks,
Like
and
that.
AK-47s. Perfect show.
I never even saw Walking Dead until a couple of months ago. My wife decided, hey, let's watch this. So we watched like the first one from the first episode. And then
I've been
sat
really
around. We literally sat around the TV for 3 days during a 3-day weekend and just watched everything and got all caught up.
It's
It
better
was
at the
kinda
beginning.
sad, actually.
It gets kind of bad at the end, or towards the end.
Because I'm a huge zombie movie and game and everything fan, I've been waiting. I wait till the DVDs come out, and then I just buy the DVD and watch it all in a row. So that's like one of the very few things I will actually wait for because it's something I really, I care about it. I cared about it before I even knew if it was good or bad.
There's
Just
not a
'cause
Bookman's by user. Do you have one
Up
of those
here?
stores by you? Yeah.
Like
I know there's
like
one at
Mason?
Flagstaff.
No,
No,
we
somewhere
have
where you
a
can.
little bookstore, but nothing. They keep closing. Every time that one opens, it closes within a couple of years.
Because that's a place where you can take a DVD and get rid of it, and then get some other DVDs and
Oh, yeah,
for like a DVD set like that. That's where I always get them. If there's a show that I'm like, dang, I'm sick of looking all over for it, or dealing with like Hulu commercials or whatever it happens to be, I'll just go buy it used. Like you say, the DVD set. Watch my fill of it, and then I'll try to get rid of it at the end.
Yeah. See, for me, it was something I wanted to collect them. So, like Walking Dead specifically, I want to own them all because I own pretty much every other zombie movie I can find. Just one of my things. I know it's
So
amazing.
that zombie hoarding, technically.
Yeah, pretty much. I've got at least 3 copies of Land of the Dead. It's like my least favorite of all the zombie movies.
No, I've never thought about hoarding zombies.
I'm going to actually hoard
I
zombies
guess
too.
there's
I think.
some
But you've heard of
precedent for that
zombie
guy that had
hordes,
them all
right?
in the fish tanks, right?
You've heard of zombie hordes, right? This Huck is responsible for that because he's hoarding
Yeah.
zombies.
I'm hoarding zombies. If it ever actually breaks out, I'm gonna hoard actual zombies too. I already got a bunch of designs for zombie-based traps, zombie-based man traps.
So you're kind of like the governor. You've got like zombies in fish tanks or stuff.
No, not necessarily like that. Just more as like defending the camp. Hang them from the trees. God damn it! Hang them from the trees around the encampment and so on.
I don't like how Quark has the you don't have to turn off your cell phones policy, like everybody else's policy.
That's not my cell phone. My cell phone rings the Angry Birds theme.
Now with my codec, it's implanted in my ear, so no one else can hear it.
Just ask my board of directors. My policies change depending on my mood. There's a few hard and fast ones, but
So I still have a 13-inch Italian switchblade I'm trying to get rid of. No luck so far with any serious buyers. It's kind of like an AK. It's built from a parts kit. It's actually vintage.
The only switchblade I have is an old, well, not old, but it's one of these Camillus paratrooper knives that with the big old orange handles that I I picked up because somebody snapped the damn the little 550 cord ripper hook thing.
Get one of these?
But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's a $125, $200 knife.
Are you kidding me?
Well, wait a minute. Is it a Camillus or a Schrade? Because Camillus, I don't know what those are worth, but the Schrade ones are worth quite a bit.
I have 3 of the Camillus ones.
Okay, I don't know anything about the Camillus ones. I know the Schrade Walden ones they were like Air Force issue or something, or they were used in Vietnam or something like that. There's some reason they're really good. I'll have
Yeah,
to look into that.
yeah. Literally, the supply guy was getting ready to throw them out, so I grabbed them.
They're at least a $79 knife if they're in good condition.
I've got one that's in really good, really good condition.
There's one that sold.
Another one that's got a busted, the little hook piece. It snapped off.
So the highest one that sold on eBay was 125, and it was in perfect condition. I guess the Camillus ones were used in Vietnam as well. And yeah, then they sell for regularly for about $100, $90.
Really? Huh.
I just got mine pulled off of eBay because I got some dick nose reporting my stuff.
Are you selling evil assault knives or something?
Yeah, no switchblades on eBay.
I was gonna say, since you can't sell that on eBay, I'll buy it off you really cheap.
$6. So J&G doesn't have the PAP pistols anymore, huh? Someone was telling me that.
I think that was Chris saying that.
Wait, have a what? A pack pistol?
The PAP 92 AK pistols from Zastava. Yeah, it looks like J&G only has those PAPs in 5.56 now. Interesting. But I didn't have to sell it today.
So what, you got your Jeep back?
Yep, got it running, changed the radiator out for a brand new one that we got for about half price, and learned how to change the radiator on a Jeep.
Cool. It wasn't too difficult, was it?
No, they're pretty simple. I talked to I called a buddy of mine who's a mechanic, and he's like, dude, if you take it out, you'll know how to put it back in. Trust me, I know what you can do and what you can't do.
Exactly. It's just sitting there, so you just have to take it out, and then there's like, what, a hose to hook up, or 2 hoses?
Yeah, a couple hoses, and the hardest part is putting the little shroud that goes over top of it all back in place.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep, that's one more thing I know how to do on Cherokees. But yeah, got it back up here. No overheating problems so far. It's got like a secondary fan that's not working, and I don't know if the thermostat's working or not because we've got no temperature reading. So. Yep. Yeah, basically we drove up and down the mountains in Arizona at the hottest time of the day and the hottest time of the year. And then as soon as we got to the stop and go traffic, she flips on the AC. And it
Was
blew
that
it.
what killed it?
Oh yeah, it took about 5 miles before it blew the side of the radiator out.
Damn, I couldn't drive in a car without AC these days, especially living where you guys live.
Well, again, here it's not so bad because it's so dry. All you do is open the windows, and as long as the breeze is moving, you're fine.
Yeah, and then as soon as you stop, it dries away. It goes away. So it's not as bad as the muggy heat for sure. Still freaking horrible. It's like driving into a hairdryer constantly, so it makes your eyes get all dried out and your mouth get all dried out. You have to have chapstick and water at all times.
I've been out in Nevada and Arizona, trying to drive through the desert and, roll down the window, and it's not like it's cooling. It's like a blast furnace hitting you.
Yeah, you get used to it though.
You get like being inside of an incinerator. You get used to it.
No, you do. Yeah, I mean you get used to the when you're here for a few years. When I go up to where it's cold, it's like I can't even deal with it. Like Vegas is cold to me.
Yeah, this weekend we're supposed to be up into the upper 80s and super humid.
Dude, I don't even think it gets down to the 80s here anymore. Like in the middle of the night without air or anything, if you just let the windows open, it's still like 88, 90 degrees.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that's not going to be our for like 3 days. We're going to have like really hot and humid weather, and that's as hot and humid. It's not fun.
Well, it's a lot different up here too. Down there and then in the valley, you guys have a lot of pavement, so that takes a long time to cool that place down. So
I'll tell you, January or February out in Port Irwin, California, one of the coldest times I've ever had in my life.
There's no cold
desert, man.
There's no cold like desert cold. That's my buddy said. Afghanistan was the coldest thing he's ever experienced.
It's just because nothing retains heat, and it all just lets it go. The atmosphere just takes it all back.
Well, it's like I was the only guy there with a poncho liner, so there's 4 of us underneath the poncho liner, and yes, it was the only time in my life I've ever been happy to be under the blankets and in the middle of 3 other guys.
The only time that means
the only time you were happy about it.
Yeah.
Yes, not the only time it ever happened, but it's the only time I was happy about being in the middle.
I don't know if you can be the coldest you ever can be like that, but we just got through the brutal winter here, and it's like when the high is -17 and the wind chill is -50, you kind of hurry up when you're going outside.
Hurry up and get your butt to the airport and fly south.
I mean, that's pretty dang cold. And thankfully it was a dry cold, because a wet cold is really miserable.
Well, if we can be talking about the weather, I got some chocolate juice for my robot cigarette. It's awesome. You guys had chocolate juice yet?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had it yet.
Oh yeah, that's rocks.
I got the cherry, and then I got the tobacco flavor, and I got used to the mix, right? So it's just like cherry pipe tobacco or something. I never thought about it because I don't have money to go waste on stuff, and I've been using my same juices that I first bought. And then I was at some place looking at cigar boxes because I want to do some projects with the big flat cigar box. So this one place I knew that has them, I was driving past, so I stopped in there, and as I was leaving, they had this big basket of them. And they were like 99 cents, so I grabbed a peach and a chocolate. I'm pissed that I haven't been playing with the flavors more when I first got this.
I found a place that has a cheesecake flavor. So
I really want
cheesecake. It mixed it with blackberry, and it was awesome.
Exactly. I want to be able to mix them. I want somebody to sell me, like, I got these in these little tiny containers that I guess, I'm trying to read what it says on here, how big they are. I think they're just like an ounce or something. And they're 5 mLs. So
you take
like,
the 5 milliliter ones, and just
but these are $1. So I want, like, I don't know, like a giant tray of like 12 of these. I guess I'd be happy if they just sold you like 12, and then I could do like you're saying, get like a chocolate and then like a vanilla and mix those two, see what happens.
Oh yeah, yeah. I do vanilla. I take vanilla with like champagne. Yeah, they had a champagne flavor.
I guess you could go to a place and they'll mix them for you, or let you taste them or something, right?
Have you gone all
There's some that actually have like a juice bar. You just kind of come up and you've got your container and you fill it up with whatever's at the juice bar and go check out.
Have you gone all ape shit yet and like learned the differences and gotten the special batteries and the special burners and all that?
No, I'm too cheap. I don't have the money, so I've bought my first $35 one or whatever it was when I first bought it. And then whenever I got sick of the tobacco flavor and I figured out there's other flavors, then I bought cherry flavor and another top thing that fits on it with, you put the juice in.
Yeah.
And that's all I've ever bought for this thing. So until the other day when I bought these ones for $2
I still haven't gotten into it. There's some guys, I saw one the other day that looked like it had about 3 cotton balls worth of wick inside of it.
Yeah, and I guess if I don't know, this thing lasts me for like 2 or 3 days before I have to charge it though. And even when I put the new flavors in it, I'm puffing on it 10 times more. But here, let me ask this, because people have been saying this all day since I've been talking about it. Who said it? Somebody said it. Anyway, they said like put alcohol in there. Does that work? You put alcohol in there, and then you can get it's like taking a drink or whatever.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not buying that at all.
It's I imagine it does vaporize alcohol and get it into your system, but I don't know that I would want to do it. Yeah, I know I clean mine with rubbing alcohol.
Oh, see, I've been using this spray bottle that I use to spray the cat like this. Right?
Well,
and then I just use that and I spray the hell out of the thing until it comes out water, and then all that happens is the first couple of, I don't know, dozen times you puff on it, it's like you get a mouthful of hot water. And then it starts, whatever flavor I changed it to.
Interesting.
You're supposed to clean it with alcohol?
No, I just clean mine with alcohol, and I don't think I've ever read that you're supposed to. I just know it evaporates really well, and I know it's not going to hurt the electronics.
Oh yeah, I didn't read anything. I just did it because it had this squirt bottle hanging here.
Yeah. And I just take mine apart and clean it and put it back together once it's dry. And
I will say cheesecake and peanut butter is really good together too.
I'm surprised they don't have.
So you're still smoking on those
Colorado,
things,
like
Mark?
putting like.
Well, it's better than
hash
going
oil
out.
into it or something.
Well, it's better than me going out and buying a cheesecake and then slathering a peanut butter and then taking 1,000 units of insulin to combat it all.
Right. But so then how many flavors have you bought so far?
I go through the flavors I have, so I'm mixing them up. Probably 10 or 12.
Oh, damn. See, that's what I need to do. I guess I'll get this $10 sampler that Ralph threw in here. I should put up a Kickstarter so somebody buys me a bunch of different flavors and stuff.
Oh, jeez, there are so many places you can get so many different flavors. It's awesome.
Oh, and the other thing is there's no nicotine in this chocolate one, and I'm digging that, because whenever I was doing just smoking on the cherry one, there must be nicotine in it, because I'd get a headache. Now I don't get a headache or nothing.
Oh, yeah, you can get stuff with 0 nicotine in it. Normally it's cheaper.
did you ever try that stuff I sent you, Quark?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Really? I couldn't do it. I can't do the fruity stuff. I have to have like the chocolates or the coffees or something like that, like pina colada maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that
mixed
pecan is pretty
cherry
good.
and watermelon in with it too. It helps.
Yeah. I tried it, but I don't do the fruity sweet stuff.
Oh man, I'm hooked on strawberry mango.
Yeah, I did chocolate and peanut butter, chocolate and cheesecake. Dragon's blood, they call it. Kind of tastes like a blood orange. Later, Huck.
Take care, guys. Talk to you later.
No, to answer your question, Yankee doesn't either, but his sister does.
What, use these robot cigarettes? Everybody should use robot cigarettes.
Actually, they've been outlawed in Ashwaubenon and all public places now. They just passed the
Basically,
law.
what Skynet wants is for us all to be addicted to nicotine and then have to go to these robot cigarettes to get off of the nicotine, right? except then Skynet's going to slowly start adding a little MSG style chemical to the juices, and then this will be the delivery agent, so that Skynet, when he takes over, can then program all of us organics.
MSD or LSD?
Maybe a little mixture of both. Exactly, like, oh, I'm hungry again for some more LSD, and that way we're, like I say, more compliant for when Skynet takes over.
Yeah, they actually, the village of Ashwaubenon here actually made it illegal to use e-cigarettes in public places now.
Oh, I don't really even pay attention to wherever those things are. I just, whenever I get the hankering to do it, I'll just do it, and then it's already done, so it's any way to do about it. And you can't smell it or anything.
I was at, of all places, I'm at a Jimmy Buffett concert, and I'm using the e-cig, and this lady behind me, it's burning my eyes and it stinks. She saw the vapor and, like, it's a cigarette. It's burning my eyes and it stinks. Like,
whatever. Ask her what flavor it is.
Exactly. Yeah, they banned it here because it fills the air with all these toxins and it's poisoning us almost worse than cigarettes. In other words, it's just people that want to bitch about something. So, like, smoking's been done in, so now they're just doing it for for whatever else they could do it for. They're not happy unless they're bitching.
And just wait until they outlaw flash-ons.
Well, I'm waiting for that.
Actually, there was a thing happened a few years ago here. A police officer filed an assault charge against someone they had arrested because they farted in their police car, and they said that it was quite odorous and assault and created a environment of an assaulting nature. So therefore, it was an assault charge by fart.
Well, then they're gonna arrest a person because they haven't taken a shower in 3 months too, and say that you're assaulting them because you stink.
I could support that charge.
I mean, so frickin' farting is just a natural. I mean, it's not like the guy shit himself. And if you're in frickin' Florida, just open up the fucking windows in the front. Air the fucking car out while you're driving. So what? It's 150 degrees outside and 100% humidity. You can, which is worse, the smell or the hot, humid air?
Well, like you were saying, not taking a bath in 3 months with all the humidity here in Florida. I guess you don't have to. We're always wet.
It's either just seat filling. Might as well put the link back out there. Maybe somebody will want to join in with us. Ooh, blueberry waffle? Actually, does not sound bad. Sorry, I'm reading the external.
Oh, God.
Blueberry waffle.
I remember a while back, there was a waffle flavored one that I tried, and it was actually really good. Come to think of it, I think I mixed it with cheesecake.
Yeah, you can mix anything with cheesecake, and it's going to taste good.
Yeah, pretty much.
They don't have any bacon flavor here. Otherwise, I would try the bacon flavor.
And no, I think I'd have to stay away from that one. Then I'd just be hungry.
Marshmallow any good, or is that gross?
You ever tried it? I never like marshmallow. Yes, I was one of the few people that didn't like, what are they? Lucky Charms. When I was a kid, I didn't like Lucky Charms, so I was never a huge fan of marshmallows.
They're magically delicious.
The only time I liked marshmallows when they were inside s'mores, because then it was graham cracker and chocolate. It was all the flavor.
Peeps?
Yeah, don't really like Peeps.
And isn't there something with coconut on it that has marshmallow in it?
I don't know, but if it's coconut, I'm gonna like almost anything with coconut I like.
You do like or don't?
Oh, I do like almost anything with coconut.
So you had never had a marshmallow toasted coconut on the outside?
No.
Oh, that's a thing.
Unless it's a cookie.
No, I think it's just a candy, or else it's just a kind of marshmallow. I know I've eaten them before. They're pretty good. What about you don't like a marshmallow no matter what, like even if it's older and harder than a fluffy one?
Nah, I just never really like the texture or the flavor of marshmallows.
Yeah, hey, they're great once you set them on fire.
Oh, you know what they're made out of?
Sugar and egg.
No, horse hoofs. They're made out of gelatin. Well, sugar and horse hoofs. Or, sorry, cow hoofs.
That's okay. As I said, the only time I liked it was when they were inside s'mores.
Oh
Then
shit,
again,
butterscotch. Would butterscotch be a good one? Has anybody tried butterscotch? That sounds either like it could be really good or really bad. I think I'm going to gamble on it because I like butterscotch. Oh, does root beer really taste like root beer? Is there a root beer?
Root beer really does taste like root beer.
Yep.
I'm throwing that in here. I'm doing 10, so I'm doing pretty good.
I did try like an Irish cream one, and it was nasty. Did not taste
like where
Irish cream.
Trying to taste like alcohol doesn't work, in other words?
Yeah, my thing was I always thought butterscotch was too sweet.
Yeah, no, the Irish cream tasted like chemicals.
Yeah, okay. That's what I kind of figured some of these might taste like. That's why I guess I never bothered with the chocolate. I was always like, well, yeah, that sounds like good theory, but I was surprised how much it tastes like chocolate.
Yeah, the place I go to actually lets you sample the flavors.
I wonder how much of it is because
chocolate
they
works.
the
Coffee ones work. A lot of the berry ones work.
They say that
be
what
careful
you
with
eat is
some of the
your
berry
smell.
ones though, because there's a couple of berry ones that are almost perfumey.
I'm not getting any berry ones. It doesn't appeal to me. The root beer though, maybe they don't have a root beer. Oh, they have root beer float. I'll try it anyway.
Oh, root beer float's gonna taste like it's got vanilla ice cream in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if they're just gonna hide it with vanilla or something.
I never tried root beer. I should have. I just haven't tried it yet. I've been doing a lot of the fruits, mostly.
See, but then there's stuff like Roxy's Delight. Well, that's supposed to tell me. I don't know who Roxy is and what they might like. I imagine this spearmint might be pretty good. I don't like spearmint, but I bet you that works good in these things.
It's another one I try. I'm not a huge fan of mint flavors like that just by themselves. So I was never able to, if I could have had it sampled in with something like, like a mint and a chocolate.
Oh, here we go. Tangerine. So do the orange flavors work?
I tried
That would be good.
those. Yeah, the dragon's blood tastes like kind of like an orange, like a blood orange.
Because that could be good. Citrus, I guess.
I think I only try the ones that I've tried at the place I go to. My place, if you buy 10, you'll end up getting a free bottle. Yeah, buy 10, you get a free bottle. But buying 10 is like $60, so of course they can give you a free bottle.
There was like this big bin of them or a basket or whatever, and they weren't all 99 cents, so I didn't get all of them, or a bunch of different ones, but I only got the couple I could find that were 99 cents. But there was some of them that were cool. They had like a little tiny eyedropper and a little glass bottle. I almost got one of them just because of the cool eyedropper thing, but I didn't. The flavors look gross.
Yeah, that's why I always say if you go to the vape shops that allow you to sample flavors, they're awesome.
I guess I got to pay more attention. Like I said, I just went to the place that I know has cigar boxes. Probably not the best place for it, because there's places that specialize in just this stuff, right?
Yep.
This is like a cigar shop that just happens to have some by the door.
Yeah, vape shops are the big thing here. I think we've got like 5 or 6 in Green Bay, and Green Bay is, these 100,000 people.
So there's like a bunch of hippies in there just smoking these things?
Yeah. If you would think of this as like a cigar shop, the thing would just be, floor to ceiling, cigar smoke. They're doing these things. That's all they're doing, puffing away. I don't want to buy a flavor unless I can sample it. Although if I were to order something, it would be just blue raspberry. Nobody around here has blue raspberry, which I just have a hankering from the icy days. Blue raspberry is my favorite.
There's pizza, but there's no spaghetti or tomatoes or anything.
Pizza? Ugh. Does not sound good as a vape.
Yeah, I think I'd have to say no to that one.
There's no beef.
Do they make them for cheese?
Well, like cheesecake.
I know they make cheesecake. They should do the cheese flavors. Limburger cheese. There we go. You could actually taste Limburger without actually having to annoy everybody around you.
Yeah, you get some unwashed elbow.
Hey, Limburger cheese makes me like a bad locker in a gym somewhere. But it tastes freaking awesome. Once you get it past your nose, you're golden with Limburger. Oh, by the way, I was watching PBS tonight, and they were doing a show about cheeses. This one place that makes them here in Wisconsin. They have cheddar that they've aged 18 years. You want it? They didn't even give the price, but I guess this stuff is like super expensive. It's kind of like buying a very expensive bottle of wine. Can you imagine cheese aged for 18 years?
No, I'd like to try it though. Sounds good.
Oh yeah, it's everything they were saying was just awesome.
A friend of ours came down here. They brought this cheddar that I swear it had like little crystals in it. Super sharp, really good.
When it starts forming the crystals is between 5 and 10 years, or 5 and 12 years. So I don't know exact age. I can't tell you the exact age without seeing it. But normally, if it's a sharp cheddar like that, it's between 5 and 12 years. It's been aged because it doesn't really develop that crystalline structure until about 5 years that's been aging.
Yeah. This guy, he's a gourmet chef. Has a restaurant up in some resort town in Canada. and just I mean, just seeing him in the kitchen is like, I mean, well, it's not like it is watching a master work. I mean, just I've known a lot of chefs, but this guy is really top notch.
Yeah,
And they
Kevin
come down here,
definitely.
you know, at least every year, and we go over. He always we do these things. We go over, we sit around the kitchen. He cooks some stuff and throws stuff on plates, and kind of spend a night of him just making little things and throwing them out throughout the night, and it's just always a blast.
Yeah, the if you ever had a true cheddar cheese that's really aged, not the stuff you buy in the grocery store that's packaged up by Kraft or whoever, you can really tell the difference, and it is so much better. I guess you could compare it to that. I'm not a wine guy, but I mean, you could probably tell. It's like the difference between that $10 bottle of wine and that you know $50 bottle of wine. As far as flavors go. Right, you're talking about cheese that's been aged. Just it's been aged just a few years. You can tell that, and the craft stuff. They call it sharp cheddar, but that's all chemically done. It's not a true aging process. But then again, I'm from Wisconsin, so I'm kind of snooty about cheese.
Hey, because it's easier to say this in here than it is to type it. I should get the mix, right? PG and VG instead of the one or the other, I guess. The
Yeah,
vegetable and the
the
Proloplop
vegetable
one.
glycerin gives you a kind of a bigger vapor hit. And it's not
One's for
quite
smoke and
so,
one's for flavor, right?
kind of not so. I mean, I personally like the 100% vegetable glycerin stuff. The problem is it will gum up your atomizers faster.
Oh, really? I thought it was one was smoke and one was flavor. So one of them's cleaner?
No, no. What it is some people have an allergy to the PG stuff,
Yeah,
so they have to go to the all vegetable route, and that's why they offer.
yeah. The other stuff that the regular propylene glycol they put in it, it will. Well, those nights you go out to the bar and you have too much to drink and you smoke 3 packs of cigarettes because, well, you were just crazy and smoked 3 packs of cigarettes, and you wake up the next morning and your throat hurts like hell. Vegetable glycerin won't do that. The propylene glycol will.
Oh, okay.
Of course, next time somebody will be making some kind of new gun lube out of vegetable glycerin or something. And what we've already got it made out of, what we got, frogs and what else? Slugs.
The chat break?
Oh, I'm just looking at different websites. So I just keep looking at this knife. I keep looking for information on the knife I bought because Amazon's a little sketchy, and I've seen different stats on it everywhere. So that's a new Kershaw. So we'll see how I like it. I can't spend the few $100 on a real Emerson, so I had to go with the El Cheapo version, the Kershaw version. But hey.
I don't know what everybody's trying to prove, but this is pretty quiet.
I know there are 6 people in here, and 3 of us have been doing the talking.
Actually, just get sent something by
Oh, I
one
wasn't.
of our lawyers. It looks like we're going to be suing somebody else again here.
Yep, I wasn't saying that you weren't talking. You've been doing a lot of the talking tonight. I'm pointing out the 3 other people in here.
And I blame DB. He's out there. He's watching. He's not chatting. Same with Ralph. What happened to Kurt? He got the link earlier.
All right, so here, I'm going to throw this out here. I'd like to hear y'all's opinion. Currently, we have a case against the University of Florida. And what it says is, I'm assuming you guys are familiar with the Heller case that said that you have a right to bear arms inside your home. And that's at the core of the Second Amendment. Well, we filed a case against the University of Florida saying that a student going to college that lives in university-owned housing, and some of that's off-campus apartments, and some of that is on-campus dormitories. But that is these people's homes, and that's clearly established in Florida law, especially even a hotel room that you're staying in for the night is, for the purposes of Florida firearms law, your home. But saying that the universities cannot keep you from having a gun in your dormitory or off-campus apartment because that's your home. So that case is moving forward. But what are y'all's opinions on us working on having students be able to store their firearms in their dorm?
My opinion on students being able to store their firearms on their dorm, that's their residence while they're living there, so they should be able to.
So my opinion, so a lot of dorms are, so for example, when I was in college, I had dorm rooms where I had roommates, and we literally shared one small room together. I feel like if you're if you're going to have a firearm in kind of a shared room like that in a small college dorm, there, I hate to say restrictions, but I feel like you have to make sure it's locked away. I'm not saying the ammo has to be locked away from the gun, has to be locked away from blah blah blah. I'm saying you have to make sure that whoever you're living with cannot access it. That'd be
Well,
my
Right.
and there's another provision of Florida law, and this is clear in the case law, that if you have a firearm, you have to safeguard it from unauthorized use. So, me living in my house with my wife, of course, she's an authorized user of my guns, so that's fine. If I live in a dormitory room, say I have a roommate who I know is also safe with guns, he's an authorized user of my guns, fine. If I have a dorm room where I live with somebody who's a little bit more squirrely, then of course I have to keep away from that person. So if they're not on me, I'm going to have them in a lockbox or something to keep that person out of them.
Yep. Well, that's just, I'm going to say, common sense. If you're sharing, one room with somebody and you don't trust that person to be able to use a firearm, then you should, as a gun owner, keep it, locked up and away from them. By locked up, I'm not saying you have to keep it outside the room. You just got to keep it so that they cannot easily access it. They've really got to, either force their way into it.
So I guess my concern with that is, I knew some pretty shady people in college, and it wouldn't surprise me if they knew that someone had a gun locked in, a small, easy to break into safe. That it would surprise me if they broke into it and stole the gun to sell it or whatever. I feel like there are a lot of people in college who don't have the self-control to not steal stuff. I knew
Good
people.
Lord, if I had a roommate that bad in college, I would have gotten a new roommate.
Well, they actually never messed with me. I had one roommate who would go to the parking lot where all the students parked, and we would go car to car and find unlocked cars and steal CDs out of them. I mean, he had a huge collection because of it. But I mean, that's the kind of people that at least I dealt with in college.
Did you not report this person to the proper authorities for criminal prosecution for being a fucking thief?
I quite honestly didn't. I didn't even think about it at the time. I didn't really talk to him very much, so I should have, looking back on it, but no, I did not.
Yeah, well, and really that's kind of one of the social arguments that come into it is, some of the college students who are, I guess, a little less mature and will do things like, not call out the person that they're living with that they know is a thief. So it definitely raises a little bit of a social conundrum more than a legal one, of how far do we go? And obviously we've gone there because, I firmly believe it. I'll tell you, right after we filed this case, I got contacted by a student who used to be at one of our universities who was raped in her dorm room, thanking me for us bringing this case to allow students to be able to have a gun in their dorm room because, the conversation I had with her made it very clear that had she been able to have a gun in her dorm room, she wouldn't have been raped.
So I guess I can say too, a lot of people that I've talked to have this general idea that people in college. So I'm currently a grad student at a big university, and there's a concealed carry group there who supports concealed carry on campus. And I've discussed this topic with my parents once, who are fairly, they're not super pro-gun, but they're not anti-gun by any means. And they thought it was the worst idea they've ever heard because they have this idea that college students are irresponsible. They picture every college student as kind of the general frat guy who's drunk every night and probably not going to be responsible with a firearm. I think that might be a barrier to trying to allow students to have guns in their dorms, even if that student themselves is responsible. I think the stereotype is still there.
Isn't the dorm room an extension to their property, though?
The universities?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people living in dorms. I mean, yes, it unequivocally it's your residence, it's where you're living. Um, and in many cases, it's the only home a lot of people have. And this is, I think, especially true when we're talking about not just the off-campus apartments that are owned by the university, but when we're talking about the on-campus dorm, the kind of the transient, or not so much transient, but the freshman and the sophomore dorms where you have the younger students. But of course, they still have to meet all the other criteria for owning a firearm. Be 18 years old at least, not a felon or anything else.
Because I'm just thinking, the university might say, "Well, this is our property, so we do not allow any type of firearms on our property."
That's the other part. At a private university, that would be a colorful argument. But when you have what's called a state actor, basically you have a state agency, which is a state college or university. It gets into the core of the Second Amendment argument, because you're not dealing with a private property owner saying, we have some kind of restrictive covenant like they have with even a homeowners association. Because unless you're a protected class, a private entity can violate most constitutional rights, but a public entity like a public college cannot. But beyond the legal arguments, because I know we have a winning case as far as legal arguments go, and we'll probably have to go to the appellate court with it because I just have no faith in lower court judges. Some faith, but not a ton. But beyond the legal argument, what do you guys think of the policy argument of adults who are university students being able to have a gun in a dorm?
I just got back, so the question is, can students have guns in the dorm room? I'm pro that, yes.
I'm also pro.
The Heller case, of course I'm pro. But the Heller is what you've got that all written out for you.
I think it's important to do that too, because I don't think we all know that there's no violence in the act of owning a firearm. So once we get guns back into the schools, because it's not like they're going into the schools, they're just going back to the schools. Once people are familiar with them again, and they're just like having, I don't know, shot puts or something, you could throw a shot put at somebody and hurt them, or javelin. They don't have restrictions and all that kind of stuff. Once you just put it back as another piece of sporting goods, then it's better for everybody in the country.
Well, and I think that's an important point that you just made, is that it's not like this is a long-standing thing. I mean, I talked to my father, and he's like, "Well, yeah, everybody had a handgun or a hunting rifle, or most of us had guns in our dorm rooms in college when I went to school." It's really something that's only come about over the past 25 to 30 years.
Yeah, even if that many. But yeah, there should be like ROTC. There should be ROTC shoots all the time. That should be a good way to climatize people to it.
Hell, a lot of schools of you go to the ROTC and all they've got are dummy rifles. A lot of them they've even taken away the demilitarized rifles because they were just too much like a regular rifle, and they've got them carrying just little wooden replicas.
And then what do they call it when basketball or whatever is that it's not intramural, intercollegiate or whatever it would be called, but like where the schools compete against each other, there should be shooting competitions that way.
Well, and that does still exist. There are college rifle marksmanship teams and pistol marksmanship teams. But
there should be college 3-gun and 2-gun and IDPA and IPSC and cowboy action. Once we get back to all that again, then it won't be an issue. There's no way they could campaign the anti-gun bullcrap on people once they're not afraid of guns and not afraid of people owning them again.
Some had like the 3-gun, the cowboy, 2 guns. I will go back to school just so I can take those.
What they should, there might be a way to do this, not should, but maybe a way to approach this would be to just continually talk about, every time they want to bring up crimes, we just go the other way and bring up how few crimes there are and how they should be not worried about it because there's barely any crimes anymore, and how fewer crimes there are and how few crimes there are, and then eventually, like I say, the people won't even think about having to have a firearm for self-defense as much as just another piece of sporting goods like a tennis racket.
A lot of the problem is public perception. If you ask most people, is the crime rate higher today than it was when you were a child? They will say, oh yeah, the crime's way worse now. We used to be able to hitchhike when I was a kid. But you look at the actual numbers, and violent crime is way down from what it was 30, 40 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
And the reason why that people think it's up is because of how the news media portrays crime now. They glorify it. They make it so that that's all that there seems to be. Because bad news sells, good news doesn't. That's why they wait for the heartwarming or the good news to the very end of the show when most people aren't watching.
Well, and I talk, I'm a private pilot. I talk about it in the aviation context quite a bit. The news van will pass, 4 or 5 fatal accidents on the way to cover the airplane that landed with its engine out safely. Because, well, airplanes don't land with their engines off very often. But fatal car wrecks happen all the time, and that's not news.
Oh, exactly. Like today's big news, local news. All they did was, for the first 5 minutes of the news, talk about how this new interchange had opened up today, and it's improving the flow of traffic and everything else. I live in freaking Green Bay. The flow of traffic is bad when there's a home Packer game and you're trying to get to the area around the stadium when everybody's trying to get in there to park. That's bad traffic. There is very little stop and go unless it's construction.
Then you get them in the Apple St. Paul and you wait for bridges to collapse.
Oh yeah, these new flyover ramps are, one's like 100 feet above the air and the other one's 200 feet up in the air, so of course they're big news, and it's like, no, it's not. No, the thing is, they didn't even talk about it on the news, and this just happened today where the district attorney is not pressing charges on this. kid that went to school here, to summer school, with a pellet gun. So the jury did the right thing, not pressing charges.
Yeah.
The kid wasn't.
What would the charge be? I mean, we've seen cases where they've had police come in and say, well, yeah, a pellet gun could be a deadly weapon. So it's a deadly weapon if you shoot someone in the eye with it pumped up 40,000 times at point blank range. So it's a deadly weapon.
Yeah, this is just a little. This is a little pistol, a little P85 style.
No, I'm talking about pistol spring guns.
Yeah.
These arguments with.
Yeah, but this is the thing. The kid from what the kid wasn't using it to threaten anybody. I guess some other kid saw it, and then he went when he noticed the other kid saw it and threw it in his locker because he didn't want to get in trouble with having it on him.
When I went to high school, and I'm only 40 years old. I'm not that old, but I went to high school. We had a indoor shooting range at our high school. If you wanted to shoot your gun after class, that was fine. You come in you come into school a little bit early. You bring your gun to the ROTC instructor, who checked it into the ROTC arms room, and you shot your gun after class, and then at the end of the day, if you wanted to bring it home, you just walked home with it. And if you wanted to leave it there overnight, that's fine. They check it right back into the arms room, and hell, it could stay there the whole year if you wanted.
Yeah,
and you can shoot after school. You can shoot in our indoor range after school every day.
Yeah, we didn't have that, but there was actually a shooting thing, as an extracurricular activity after school. So we never had a range inside. I guess whatever happened, they took a little bus to the range or whatever they did to the farm wherever they were shooting. So I lived out in the country, and kids brought in their case, they brought their gun right on the bus. It was never any issue. They walked right through school. The only thing was, the rules were the gun had to be unloaded and kept into your locker until school was over. At the end of the day, you could take the gun out and take it out to your, where you're going to go shoot. I'm 42, so there was no problems with it. I mean, amazing in a matter of 25 years how far down we have sunk.
And that's why I say it's really over the past 20 to 30 years that there's been so much change on this, and there's a few points in law where things got bad. Key among that is 94 to 96, with Clinton and the Clinton gun control stuff.
Yeah, well, the thing here was, my school, I think in my sophomore year, decided that nobody could have knives in school, and everybody still did, and nothing ever happened because the teachers knew there was no problem. It was just some stupid school board decision.
Right, but now it's zero tolerance, and they catch a Cub Scout with a Cub Scout knife, and well, that person needs to be expelled and sent to reform school and have counseling.
Yeah, I can't count the number of times I took my knife out and then, cut a page out of my notebook so I didn't have the curly edges, from the spiral binder. My teachers never said anything bad about it. It was just like, you're not using it to do anything bad, so why should you get in trouble for it?
No, it wasn't a weapon, it was a tool.
Exactly. That's the thing. And a lot of other kids, use their knives to do all the different kinds of things.
We have a guy who got expelled from a Florida college because he had a letter opener. They decided the letter opener was well, could hurt someone and therefore was a weapon, and he was expelled.
I'm going to tell you something. A letter opener is almost as dangerous as a cross pen. You know those nice little thin cross pens, and
Good God, don't give them any ideas.
well, where are they going to go next? You can, a lead frickin' pencil.
So next week we'll be filing another. Probably next week. We'll see. It might take a couple of weeks. It depends on how fast our lawyers move. But we'll be filing a lawsuit against another Florida college. We've only filed 5 of them so far. But for putting too onerous a restriction on not just firearms, but things like pepper spray and tasers and things that you can absolutely carry on a college campus to defend yourself. The legislature wanted little girls going to college to be able to have pepper spray and tasers for sure to be able to defend themselves against the potential of rape. That was legislative intent behind this whole stuff. The colleges are ignoring it and saying, no, just, get away from your rapist and run to the phone with the blue light on it that we have every so often throughout the campus, and blow your rape whistle and pee your pants. I guess I'm not sure, but we're about to file another case on this stuff. It's just amazing to us because in the case of this particular college, we got a hold of them back in January and said, hey, you need to fix your regulations.
Yeah, and it's crazy how these schools operate, and I think
Appropriate
it's
new policies.
Yeah,
And they came out with ridiculous stuff. They actually made it worse. So we've got to sue them.
yeah. Look at I hear these stories of these college girls that either attempted rape or rape locally about every other month, and I'm sure it's happening a lot more than that.
Well, we've uncovered a problem, and colleges and universities are required to report crime in a unified crime report to the Department of Education. So what they do in order to keep their crime numbers down is the university police don't investigate a lot of the rapes that happen. And if the student really pushes wanting to prosecute the rape, which we know one of the biggest problems with rape in particular is that not enough people come forward. But when they do come forward, if that person is really adamant about the fact that, well, I was raped and I want justice, then they hand it off to the local police department so that it doesn't go into the university's uniform crime report. Because, well, we didn't keep jurisdiction on this, someone else did, so it didn't have to be reported.
Which is just...
we found that the University of Florida had a 400% higher violent crime rate than Florida State University because they're cooking the books.
Yeah, I was gonna cook in the books, or does one of them allow carry or something? Allow somebody to protect themselves instead of being a victim. Because that's all, that's why rapists strike these colleges, is because they're easy targets. sometimes I just want to hit these idiots upside the head, knock some sense into them.
I'll tell you, we've tried to run campus carry bills here, and every time we've tried to do it, it's just that we've been decimated in the legislature. With a Republican supermajority, it doesn't help. Anyone who tries to tell you that gun rights are a partisan issue is fooling themselves.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Now, yes, we have more Republicans that lean pro-gun and more Democrats that lean anti-gun. But to say that it's a party line issue is completely asinine. Because believe me, it goes across the board. I've got some very reliably pro-gun Democrats in our legislature that we get to work with a lot, and I've got some Republicans who are just absolutely horrible on it.
Right, because it's not a issue; it's an individual issue. I thought. It doesn't matter who it is. Thankfully, in my state right now, we've got a lot that are pro firearms, pro self-defense. And when the voting came up for concealed carry, it was every single Democrat voted against concealed carry. They were falling in party lines, and every Republican voted for it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you do see that too much because the partisan politics does come into play.
Yep.
And you have people on both sides of the issue who just don't want to break with their party. But you get with them on the individual level, and you find out. I mean, good God, the bill we just passed for the defense of display law here in Florida. We had Democrat coast monitors. It was truly a bipartisan bill. But then we try and turn around and make it legal for you to evacuate your home with your gun instead of leaving your gun behind during a declared state of emergency. And that vote went party line because the Democrat leadership said, even to our pro-gun guys who were actually lobbying for the bill, you vote against this, we're going to screw you.
Yep. That happens a lot. That's something happened here. We just, thankfully, for United States Senate, we've got, one Second Amendment supporting representative, and his name's Ron Johnson. And he's awesome. Every time I've written to him or talked to him, he's always sent me back a reply on one of his aides, I'm assuming. But the other one was just recently elected, and everything she does is right along the Democratic Party line. I wrote a nice letter to her, and the reply I got back, I was against the assault weapon bill that they're trying to back, and they didn't even bother reading because they sent me a form letter back saying that we're going to support Obama, his decision on this, and that just made me laugh. Kevin, when if you're
because
muted,
Congress should have no place in government, I guess.
Yeah, I can't say anything about my state representatives all in our capital because they've just been awesome on everything so far. Thankfully, I've got My local state senate is a strong Second Amendment supporter.
What state are you in?
Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, I mean, and a lot of that stuff is really fairly recent turns of events. I mean, you guys had some real issues up till about 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, I can tell you why we had real issues until 4 or 5 years ago. So we had 12 years under this asshole called Doyle, who was our governor, and he almost frickin' ruined this state. You know, thankfully we were able to get Scott Walker and elected over him and turn the whole state around. You know, you're talking about, you know, this Doyle, he was taking all this money, increased the gas tax because our roads are bad, but then once he increased the gas tax, he took all that money from the gas tax they were bringing in, did put it back into fixing the roads, but used it to give raises to all the teachers in the state. So misappropriating money. You know, that was basically the last straw for the Democrats in the state, because if they would have been one more term like his, this state would have been, you know, in the same state California was in, basically not being able to pay any of its public officials because they've been broke. Kevin, when you do speak, your picture does pop up, but you're muted right now.
Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah, it does. And we went from being so, you know, from having such unbalanced books in the state to actually now having, this year, having $1 billion surplus. And 2/3 of that money is going back into the taxpayers' pockets.
Oh, very good.
Exactly. Our concealed carry is going so well that this year that they lowered the price. They didn't have to lower the price. You know, it was relatively inexpensive to get your concealed carry license, $50. But they found out that they're doing so well with this, and that it wasn't costing what they thought it would cost to implement all this, that they went down to $40, because that's what they figured that was going to cost them to do all of it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You guys have licensed concealed carry and unlicensed open carry, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Open carry until just a few years ago would have gotten you slapped with disturbing the peace, though.
Well, yeah.
Now,
then you had the whole Madison 5 thing, right?
Yep. Yep. Now they'll still, if you are opening carrying and you're doing a complaint, they'll still slap you with the disturbing the peace ticket, and then you have to go and fight it. Even though it's a state law that open carrying is not disturbing the peace.
But they're still doing that. Do you guys have a preemption law?
Preemption law on open carry?
On, well, firearms in general.
I'm not 100% sure.
Who's your state organization there?
Wisconsin carry, I think.
Okay. I'm not sure if I know any of the Wisconsin carry people.
Yeah, I think it's Wisconsin carry. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not really with the organization, so.
Well, why not, man?
Because they actually do well without me. There's not a whole lot more.
See, and that's one of the problems that we have is people think, oh yeah, well they're doing good, so they don't need my support. Bullshit.
No, what I'm getting at here is we've got carry on campus, so you can carry on campus, so there's no problem there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the last battle.
Right, and they're going to have to continue to heading things off and improving what you have. Yeah, and this is, really one of the biggest problems that I see is that gun owners are apathetic. They think, well, I've got good laws, so I don't need to do anything. And that's really one of the things that we're trying to drive home is no matter how good your laws are, you still need a state organization there that is working to keep them good. And that organization can't do anything without the support of its members. I mean, it is grassroots work, and not to mention just the money that come from your annual membership dues. Look, we've got nearly 1.3 million concealed carry licenses in the state of Florida. About 100,000 of them are out-of-state licensees, so 1.2 million in the state of Florida with concealed carry license. If I could get 20% of them to join our state organization, there is no way in hell they could stop us from protecting the right to bear arms. But I can't get 20% because too many people go, oh, well, we've got pretty good law, so therefore I don't need to actively support the organization. It's just a wrong-headed assumption.
Yeah,
Colorado did that. You see what happened to Colorado.
Yeah.
They were having to fight back now. You shouldn't have to get to the point of having to fight back.
Right. Now I have donated money to them, don't get me wrong, I just have not joined them. There is a difference. It's not a whole lot to join them, if I remember correctly, like $25 or something like that. But
no, and it's not.
It's
about volunteerism, and they put out an alert saying, hey, contact this legislator, and yeah, you contact them. You spend the 5 minutes and send the email.
Yeah, I'd rather just give them the $25 than have them waste the money on literature and everything else that they send you.
Well, I'm not talking about most of the state organizations. I can't speak for all of them. They're not the NRA. They're not going to be sending you things for how to save 15% on your car insurance. They're.
Hey, I just got off the NRA mailing list finally. I'm not getting any more mail from them. But it happened because I told them if I got any more mail, I'm not renewing my membership. I'll just donate the money to the the legal fund.
Yeah, the ILA.
ILA, thank you.
But yeah, I mean, it's not just about money. It's about having that voice with the legislators. Look, so some of those powerful stuff that we do is say, hey, we've got this bill going, and we need you to contact these legislators and send them an email today. And
I do that anyway. So
when we give them a coordinated message and say, hey, put this in the subject line and send this to these legislators, they don't read all those emails because they couldn't possibly do it if they wanted to. They take the subject line that we gave them to use, and they lump it all together and say, I got 6,000 emails saying support this bill, and I got 200 from the anti-gun side saying go against this bill. 6,000 versus 200. These are voters. I think I'm going to go with it because I'm going to have hell to pay a re-election. Not to mention just the pure, honest-to-God, my constituency wants this, and therefore I'm going to do it. That does still exist.
Yeah. Now, I can understand for people that are not connected, that's great for them. But for somebody like me who is connected to what's going on, I already write my representatives. Even
No
when
matter how connected you might think you are, unless you're in the back room, you're not.
no, what I'm saying is, I already write my representatives, every few months when nothing's going on to say, keep up the good fight for our Second Amendment rights, stuff like that. And I do donate to the Wisconsin Carry.
Yeah, well, like I say, donations are important. They allow them to do the work they need to do. But just as important is being able to respond when they ask you to. You got to be on those email lists, and you got to, basically when they say, hey, we need you to contact this person and say this, organizations like that, we really need you to kind of jump and do those things and get the word out. You've got a bit of a voice. You've got some followership there in the state. Do what you can to kind of, hey, Wisconsin Carry needs your help. They're doing this. Because the more people we have pushing these things, the more clout we have. Some of the biggest problems we've had is when it's like, okay, the people see this as a minor bill, and we're trying to fix what seems like minor problem because it hasn't had any press coverage. But the problem is we've got 10 people sitting in jail who were actually just doing the right thing, but they went to the wrong public park that had some kind of a carve-out regulation. We're trying to get rid of that carve-out regulation. People go, oh, well, that's just in this part of the state, and I don't even visit that part of the state. But yet there's law-abiding gun owners getting prosecuted for going into some weird carve-out thing that they had no way of knowing of. And we're trying to get rid of regulations like that. So it really takes that coordinated effort.
Yeah. Well, right now in Wisconsin, our biggest area of problem, at least it's the most media attention, is Milwaukee, because think of it as a Chicago. There's a lot of violence going on there right now. Especially for our size and our population of Milwaukee, there's a lot of violence going on. And the Milwaukee mayor is completely anti-gun. Of course, he's, a far-left Democrat, which doesn't help. And, he is calling for our governor to get rid of guns and impose minimum prison terms to anybody possessing a gun illegally. Which I'm all fine for having minimum sentences on stuff like that. If you're a freaking gangbanger who uses a gun illegally, you shouldn't just be slapped. Or carrying a gun illegally shouldn't be just slapped with a misdemeanor for concealed carrying a firearm without a permit. And spending that 2 weeks in jail.
Well, now wait a minute. Why is it so bad to carry a firearm without a permit?
No, what I'm saying is a minimum. That's our law right now. Concealed carry.
Well, I understand that. I mean, in most states have that law.
No, what I'm getting at here is I'm all for getting rid of all having to need a license. But, you do have to follow the current laws, even if you disagree with them. But these gangbangers specifically are the ones that are getting away. They're getting away with, getting caught with
right, and there are other laws to handle that. So, okay, you can't use a gun in the commission of a crime. You can't use a gun while you're selling drugs, things like that. And those are all perfectly valid and should be enforced to the degree with
they're carrying
penalties.
Right. Those only get slapped with a misdemeanor, though, in the state when you're even doing illegal activities like So there's no minimum on it. A lot of these gangbangers are getting out in a couple weeks from jail because, they plea bargain down. There should be a minimum set on these that are committing crimes with a firearm. Even if it's not in their possession concealed, it's still just a misdemeanor crime with a maximum jail time of 9 months.
Yeah. Concealed carry here in Florida without a license is a felony. And I really don't think it should be so, especially when, um, uh, unlike there, and this is kind of the key difference between Florida and Wisconsin. There is a viable alternative there. You can carry unconcealed without a license. That is not ideal, but at least sufficient to protect that core Second Amendment right of just being able to bear arms.
Correct. No, I agree with you there. I'm not saying that, but as long as it's a law, you have to follow the laws, even if you disagree with them. So that they should have
I won't necessarily say that just because it's a law that you should always have to follow it because it's on the books. If that were true, then, black people still wouldn't be voting. Sometimes when the law is just patently wrong, you have to fight against it.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying there. What I'm getting at here is when you're in committance of another crime.
Right. Yeah, and that's another story. But when the only crime is the fact that you were bearing arms,
yes, that's
it should be a crime.
Yeah, it just gets me pissed off that these people that are doing these heinous acts with firearms are getting slaps on the wrist, where a normal law-abiding citizen makes one mistake, and whether it be out of mostly it's out of ignorance, and they get slapped with a maximum. Like I feel horrible for this woman who she carried a firearm into the church, which is fine. There is no there is no sign on the entrance that said she couldn't, and she accidentally left it in the woman's bathroom. And now she's in all kinds of trouble for doing that. And because this happened in Milwaukee, they're going for max on everything. Mistakes happen. Her gun was confiscated. She's not getting it back anytime soon. The DA is just throwing the book at her for everything that they can because it's happening in Milwaukee. This is not like the situation where that guy that walked into the Kmart or Walmart or whatever it was, and I think it was actually a Target, and left his gun in the toy section, who couldn't legally own a firearm. She had everything. She had a concealed carry permit. She was obviously a law-abiding citizen. To get your concealed carry permit, you've got to be. So that just pisses me off.
Yeah, it should have been at least slap on the wrist, maybe just for negligence,
Yeah, definitely. It should have been, that, but nope. She'll have her day in court, but it's not looking good. It's bad to be a gun owner in Milwaukee because, and I don't know the whole story about this, but the gun was confiscated from a fellow, and it was illegally confiscated by the police, and they are refusing to give it back.
It's almost as if they're a gangster.
No, it's not. It's a white gentleman.
We have fought and won some lawsuits here in Florida over police departments doing just that, illegally taking guns and refusing to give them back.
He sued the
and we're
police.
continuing to fight with that. But
he's actually sued the police department, and it was already he was ruled against in the Milwaukee court. So he's got to go to the next step.
Yeah, that's pretty common. The lower court judges really are quite often a problem, and you have to get to the appellate court where you have these judges who will be at least more intellectually honest. And it's a shame that that's the way it is, but it really is the way it is. You really have to, if you're doing a gun case, you have to get to the appellate court if you're going to trust anything to come out to a good decision. And even then, it can be a problem. Our case goes to the University of North Florida. We were actually going to lose that case, but the other judges on the Court of Appeals looked at the pending decision and said, "Oh no, this is all wrong," and they did it as an en banc decision of all 15 judges instead of the regular 3-judge panel, because the 3-judge panel was about to go against us on bullshit grounds. We had a recent incident where someone left a gun in a bathroom, like you were talking about, and it was found by a kid. Well, the police came out and said, "We're going to find who left this gun in there and endangered that child, and we're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law." And then a few days later, they found out it was an off-duty police officer that did it. And it all went away. There was no prosecution. There was no disciplinary action.
Yeah. Thank you. That's one of the things that they're throwing at her is endangerment of a child. Even though it was actually found by an adult, not a child, but it could have fallen into the hands of an innocent child.
Isn't part of the reason they won't release it is because it's evidence?
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Yeah, they can
there's
call
really
it evidence.
no way around that.
Right.
There's really no way around that.
Yeah, and in this case, for that man that can't get his gun back, it's not evidence. It was illegally seized to begin with, so it can't even be evidence. It's illegally seized.
Gotcha. Well, the thing is, you have to have a judge suppress the evidence, and again, lower court judges really just generally do not have the legal fortitude to do that. Yeah, that's the other way of putting it. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:30 in the morning, and I have to be up at 8 a.m. for work, so I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all.
All right. Night. I don't blame you. If I hadn't slept 12 hours, I'd be going to bed too. All right. Come on, Gio, you're out in the external, but you're not talking in the internal. What's going on? And where the hell is Yankee?
I just came up with, stole a bunch of crazy ideas off of Ralph. Sucker. Told me a bunch of great ideas in the chat, so I'm stealing them.
Go for it.
Oh, I'm going for it. I've heard that deal's been done.
I actually wanted to ask.
Lost out.
Yeah, I wanted to see if Yankee read this article that I was using in my chat Saturday and see what he thought, because he does have a degree in psychology.
I don't have a degree in psychology, but I have a lot of opinions.
I do too. Because you know me, I try to do something just a little bit different in my chats than what's covered in the rest of the week. That's the article.
If anyone thinks it's another, my video card's crapping out right now.
Uh-oh. Oh, Neptune, you stink. Thank God I got the window open. So I'm actually hoping that I'll get some halfway intelligent people in my chat on Saturday. That would help.
Send out invites, as soon as we can, because nobody remembers on Saturdays.
What do you mean as soon as I can? Like Friday?
Yeah, like a day or two ahead of time, even let people know it's coming. Otherwise, they'll make plans, forget about it completely. If you put it in the back of their head, then they show up. At least that's what I found. But if I just do one and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a chat right now, like tons of people don't show up.
I think most people are used to the schedule, though, that there's a chat, 9 Central, 7 days a week. Because
We've been doing it for 3
Monday,
years, but you would think because we've been doing it for 3 years, but then how do you explain 4 or 5 people, not even 4 or 5 people showing up to chat? So what I'm saying is it doesn't hurt nothing to let them know.
yeah, we do have 2 Stevens in this chat. It's kind of scary.
Kind of looks like 2 weird robot ghost boobs.
So my Firefox crashed and I had to restart it, and somehow my other instance is still here. Apparently, I don't know how to get rid of it. Fortunately,
Don't worry about it. It'll either drop or it'll stay there. I'm not worried about it. I'm just giving you hell. I definitely shouldn't have given Neptune ham. I'm regretting that decision.
Yeah, somebody fed the Doberman cat food because he was freaking farting and horrible. I thought the cat had shit, but it turned out it was just the dog farting.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, cat food and dogs do not go together because cats can't produce
Well,
an
trust me,
acid.
it is not a secret. You can't put it in him without him letting you know aromically.
Well, there's a reason why. There's an acid that cats can't produce, but dogs can on their body. And so when they eat the cat food, it actually produces digestive issues for dogs.
But ironically, if a cat eats some cat food and then the dog just eats the cat, everything's fine.
Of course, because it's already starting to be digested in the cat.
Because that's nature.
Yep.
But what if a dog had a lactose problem and then a mouse ate some cheese and then the cat ate the mouse and then the dog ate the cat? I wonder if the dog would have enough to that stomach after all that.
No, well, I've never seen a mouse eat cheese. I've seen plenty of mice go for peanut butter. It's probably the best bait to use for a mouse.
I only like the peanut butter because they have to go in, wrestle it off of there, and get killed. If they put cheese on there unless it's like cream cheese or something. Then they just take the piece of cheese and run off with it, and unless they're really clumsy about it, they don't die. You know. But if you use like a cream cheese, one of them kind with a bunch of chemical flavors or smells in it, I bet you they like that kind of crap too. Chocolate they like.
Well, I've always had the best luck with peanut butter. I mean, I
use peanut butter too sometimes.
Well, what happened was one year we just had a really bad mouse problem in the garage. It's one of those years for high mouse population. And I got sick and tired of resetting the traps every morning.
It's just one of them, the thinnest of the cats out there.
Well, this is a while ago when I only had one cat, and he didn't know how to kill anything. He could chase everything around. He just couldn't kill anything. So what I ended up doing is I got sick and tired of doing that was a bucket half full of water. I drilled a little hole in the bucket up at the top, threw a coat hanger through there, and put a Coke can right through the center, a soda can right through there, so rotate around the coat hanger. I threw a little bit of peanut butter on top of the can. Never ran out of peanut butter. Had a lot of dead mice. Little 2x4 to get on top of the bucket. They take and leap from the bucket to the can and go right over the edge into the water below. They drown, but I was just getting sick and tired of it, and that really did take care of the mouse population.
Where's all the late night crew? They don't have the balls to show up tonight?
That's because I'm running it,
Fortitude.
Yeah, like Digital's
you blocked them.
anti-quark and no. Digital's anti-quark, you know that.
You guys have so much sexual attention. You don't feel comfortable in chat in front of everybody.
And Cooper is, I'm too low class to hang with Cooper. He only hangs with other 1%ers. Well, I say it's the same thing with Ralph. He won't hang with me because I'm not a 1%er. If your grip isn't made out of solid gold and diamonds, doesn't want to spend any time with you at all. And since Yankee joined this chat, I have not heard a peep out of him. I did finally get around to editing the videos I needed to upload.
I watched your beating the shit out of that can of paint or whatever the other day. Or was it today? And they're walking around in the damn snow and it's like 114 here.
Oh, man. Yeah, trust me, that was filmed in February. February or March at this point, I can't remember now. But don't worry, G-Lubs, when it's like, 70 there for the low in the day and 90 for a high, you'll see nice and green outside, and so does that would be in January and February, but it works. Actually, no, one of the videos I did, because I was talking to Daniel before my chat went live, I think on Saturday. No, it was actually his chat on Sunday, because I got around making my own lacing needle for paracord. Because I couldn't see myself spending a minimum of $6 and anywhere up to $20 to get a lacing needle for paracord. I mean, I thought that was.
So what'd you make it out of, cheap bastard?
What did I make it out of?
Yeah.
Screw post bindings.
Made it out of what?
Screw post bindings.
What was that supposed to mean?
Oh, give me a second here.
Those things that you use to bind like massive binders?
Yeah, they're,
And you screw like a whole bunch of them together to make like a rod?
I'll show you here in a second. Just pardon the noise here while it starts up and wait for it so I can mute it. Come on, mute. There we go. No, I should be able to screen share. You won't be able to hear anything, so hopefully you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it fine, but it's not just a picture of two bags.
Well, yeah, just keep going here for a second. I'll turn them over here now.
So this is something you went out and bought, or just stuff you had laying around?
This is stuff I went out to buy, but one was like 89 cents and the other, the extension, was 60-something cents.
How long are you going to fucking talk about until you flip them over and look at the things?
Come on, it's been 39, 40. Well, I'm telling you what to look for.
Hey, you know how much I get paid an hour? This is expensive watching this video fucking carry on like this.
You see, there we go. Now do you see them?
I only see one. So
Well,
what
the
is
other
this
one
for?
is just like that, but there you go.
So this is designed to do what now?
It's to make a lacing needle.
So you can tie paracord easier.
Yeah. Now you can see how it turns out after I'm done sanding and doing other stuff to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's solid
show you.
aluminum, so that's how you got your point. Okay. So I was like, where are you going to get a point on this?
Yeah. Well, a little bit of work. I mean, you cut off the screw head and stuff, so.
And then did you cut like an eye hole on the other side to make it like a needle?
No, there's actually screwed in, so I'm trying to get to that point.
Oh, you
Yeah.
just screw the 550 into the end?
Yeah. So
Oh.
it's,
That works.
I'm
I
trying
guess.
to find the spots here. It's only a 7-minute video, so not worried
You
about
just-
anybody seeing this at this hour.
So you just melt it into like a pointy shape at the end of your 550 and cram it in there, and it goes into
Yep.
those threads. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, I'll
I'm trying to
make it
remember
like
where
that.
I have it.
So are you going to glue together the two pieces so they don't keep coming apart?
Yes, you can just, well, Loctite.
Yeah. So if I remember right, playing with those things in offices before, they don't really tighten that much.
So you actually just kind of screw the paracord in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's exactly what they sell you in those bindings. So
I never even thought to buy one. I would have thought it would just be like a big aluminum needle, you know, with an eye in it. But yeah, that makes more sense. Then you can feed it easier.
exactly. I made a couple of them. I made one first, and then Dan said you should make a video. So I went out and bought a second set just so I could make a video.
Did you ever find that channel tying it all together?
Yeah, he's actually really cool.
Okay, because yeah, I was gonna say it's like all like what do you try? So what is it like? Meditation music or something in the background. So or like yoga music in the background. So it makes it real easy to just watch and pay attention to what he's doing.
Yeah, easy.
He doesn't ever
list.
say anything.
Yeah, exactly. So it's easy. You can watch what he's doing, and sometimes I need a little instruction because it can be a little complicated.
Yeah, but you just pause and I really liked his videos. And then he made a book, and I never bought the book because I didn't have any cash when he first came out with the book. I always meant to go back and buy it though.
All those, that's how I learned to do my diamond knot, was through his videos because I couldn't follow anybody else's. I just want to know why people, and this is a recommendation of anybody out there that makes paracord and they're actually listening to this, makes paracord videos. When you're showing the paracord videos and you've got these complicated weaves, and you're doing it for making this, video, why don't you use, if you're doing it, make 2 different color paracords and just join them in the middle to do these complicated weaves so you're not all confused trying to watch and keep track of everything that's going on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it's like, oh, you got this thing and there's 20 strands over each other and you got to put this one, which started out way over here at one point, through this thing and that thing, and it's confusing.
The thing about knots is they're like math, which is like music. So once you get into knots, you can kind of get the pattern or the rhythm or whatever, and then you figure out the knot. You know what I mean? You you know, it's 3 over and then through here, or skip 2 and under 1. Then you just repeat that. So I think
Oh
that's
yeah,
what we're trying
when
to get across, is that you just get used to that once you see it. It's like reading music or something. You know, once you know how to read it, then you're reading the music and not just a bunch of dots on the screen.
oh, that is true. Like I was watching him for the Solomon braid as well, keeping it all together because he had the best video on the Solomon, and I wasn't getting it through anybody's video, so I tried him, and it made it a little bit easier, and then I figured out how to do it my way, like how I would think about and how I go about doing it, and now that I got that done, it makes a lot more sense for me to tie it that way than the way that anybody else is showing it. So I guess I have to find out, what works best for me too, since I've got the weird comprehension learning disability that I've got to figure out how to do stuff my way. But I want to make a. I know Yankee showed a video of this basically where you attach it to your keychain and it extends for you because you actually use your keychain as a weapon. Or keyring as a weapon, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I want to figure out how to do that, not for just for the monkey fist. So you can actually have an extending monkey's fist. Instead of ruining your keys, you can ruin the steel ball core.
Look into that using the super glue too, because that's a valid thing to keep your shit together. Once you use it a few times, you don't want it to fall apart.
Oh yeah, what I've done though is I've tested on mine. I haven't tested it on the one I sent. I didn't do it to Thin Blues because I didn't want to ruin it on him, since I don't think Thin Blues actually going to use it for anything but a keychain anyway. I actually shrunk some of my paracord after I made it, and it does work out quite well. It really makes them super tight on the steel balls. But I never thought about just doing super glue over the whole. I don't know, is it over the whole thing or is it just in the weaving area? I don't know.
Oh, no, I've never actually done it, but yeah, I think it's just, you only need to do it in certain spots. Like, think of like welding or, like welding chainmail together or something. You would only do it in certain spots so that it's strong. So, I don't know, there's got to be videos on it because it's not like nobody knows about it. They talk about it on EDC forums all the time.
Yeah, I might have to look, but maybe
Basically,
it's.
guys would just do like a plain square braid, like you do to just make a key fob, a keychain fob or whatever, like you do when you're a kid in scout camp or whatever. Just to make like a 3-dimensional thing you can hold onto. But then
Yep.
you super glue it, and that thing will literally go through like drywall easily. I think somebody even pushed through, maybe it was particle board or something, but some piece of actual wood, and then big dents in like a phone book or something. Like it becomes a serious hard weapon, blunt weapon, I guess.
Yeah, I'll have to look it out. I actually have this, I actually did this just because I'm more curious than anything else. And I did film it and make a video out of it. I want to see how well it would do against metal, so I was hitting this refrigerator door that I took
Just a
off.
monkey fist by itself, you mean?
Yeah, just a monkey fist by itself.
Did it affect it at all? Like smash the 550?
No.
Okay, because that's what I'd be worried about, is just, your big steel balls smashing through, and eventually it's just like somebody taking a hammer and smashing on about your 550. It's gonna smash at some point.
Right, and I wanted to see how much of a dent was going to leave in this metal, too. I mean, it's thin metal to begin with, but there's cushioning behind it, so I figured, we'll see what it does. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I did make a Super Ball monkey fist. That's one good way to get hit right back in your face. If you never try to swing a monkey ball at a super ball at anything, you get hit in your face.
I think I know what you're talking about. I've never done that though.
Yeah, I just made it. I found the Super Ball. Normally it's a cat toy, but I found it and confiscated it for a while. It doesn't dent the metal either. It
So
just
now you need
bounces
to
right
put
off.
like a bunch of catnip in the middle of one, right?
Actually, I did that. And actually, during the middle of the night, one of the cats confiscated it. And it's somewhere in this house. I don't know where. And I think I know who did it. He's the one right now that's on my lap and not sitting still at all. It's like it's not good enough. I'm petting his head and scratching his cheeks. He's rolling over and rolling around and grabbing my hand for more. It's silly.
Yeah, I have a cat myself. He's an outdoor cat though. I have a cat and a dog.
I can barely hear you, Sean.
Oh no. Oh,
Coming in about medium for me.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
much better.
I have my mic not set right. I just got off work, so we're gonna jump on with you guys for a couple minutes.
Cool.
Any big topics going on tonight, or I kind of missed some of the other chats going on today?
Stone Guy had a chat on warning shots, which was kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, I saw it posted on my YouTube app on my phone, but I didn't really listen to it.
Definitely worth listening to. Yankee being typical Yankee.
Oh yeah, you gotta love Yankee.
Well, to be honest though, the Tech Daddy's chat, they did sort of keep going with the idea that there was no way to ever do a good warning shot. So Yankee was just raging the whole time, and then when they actually started when he was in.
Oh yeah, nice.
I mean, there are good ways to do a warning shot. It's not a whole lot of good ways to do it, but there are a couple.
I say even if there's not one that's readily available, doesn't mean we need to outlaw them unless we know there's an actual problem. And I don't think there's an actual problem with them yet.
We don't need any more gun laws, period. So.
No. Is that something that they're trying to push through about the warning shot?
Well, warning shots are pretty much illegal everywhere. You're not supposed to draw until you can, until your life's in danger or whatever, until you're required to use lethal force. But in Florida, some lady or girl was getting attacked, I guess, or something, and went round and round. She was getting beat on, and eventually she fired a warning shot, and the guy ran off. I think I don't remember how it resolved, but then she did get arrested for shooting a warning shot.
Yeah, what I remember was she shot at the door or something like that, or to the side of the door, and she actually said she shot at the side of the door. The door frame instead of the door itself.
Is that like Schwell was saying, or whoever was like, if you shoot at the person's head and just miss them, a couple inches off their ear and hit the wall behind them, is that a warning shot, or is like Ralph keeps saying, like shooting up into the air, is that a warning shot? Or like I keep thinking, warning shot, I'm going to shoot into a couch or into like, I don't know, the closet that you just got a bunch of nothing in, something that what it is. Or if I think of warning shots also, like if I'm out walking the dog and the mountain lion starts stalking us, I'm just going to shoot around into the ground, and that mountain lion's going to hightail it. There's no possible way, unless it's rabid, that it's going to come near me. So I don't want to go to jail because of that, because I'm not allowed to shoot. Like if I guess a coyote don't count, but let's say a mountain lion came up and started wailing on my dog, or a wolf, I'm not allowed to shoot that critter.
Really?
Yeah,
nope.
That would be a game animal, so it'd be taking a game animal out of thing. And the way that Arizona talks about it, your dog is just property, so you're not allowed to. If it was wailing on a kid, you could kill the thing, but if it's wailing on your dog, they don't count that as a reason to break the game laws. Like the hunting laws.
Pets are property, not.
Oh, I know, it's a tough thing to deal with. So that's why if I got to deal with it potentially, like I say, if I'm walking my dog, and I usually walk my dog in the desert, it's no fun walking him in the town, so I walk him in the desert. There's that potential that some critter's going to, we're going to smell like food to us. He's going to come up and go check out what's going on. I've been stalked by mountain lions before. And if it's just me, I don't care. But if it's me and my dog, then I'm thinking that's like I'm walking around with a little tasty treat for that mountain lion. So I'm gonna freaking shoot that round off into the ground and, the fuck with it. I don't want that thing coming near me to where I can't do nothing. You know what I mean? I want it to be scared before it comes near me. And I got to assume other people have things like just even a deer or something. A deer who's weird and is coming up on your family. I mean, it might be all, some people might be like, oh, look how a little deer's coming up. But if a deer's coming up to you, it's probably got rabies or some weird shit. Or, chronic wasting in its brain or something. So I'm going to shoot and try to get that thing to run away instead of come near me if it's acting, quick.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know my times I've just opened my garage door, walked out, and there's a deer, 20 feet away from me, and it's like.
And it just has rape in its eyes.
Well, the thing is, the deer. You would be surprised. Deer kill more people in this country than anything else. A lot of them are due to motor accidents, but they're also because of attack.
Oh, absolutely.
The deer's hooves are razor sharp. It's like getting slashed with 4 knives at a time. I'm talking about their front paws. Each is one side. They're double-sided.
They're especially dangerous during the rut too. They're very, very, very dangerous when during hunting season during the rut. They're very, very dangerous. You get out in the woods, a buck will charge you.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys get moose up in Wisconsin.
I think probably the northern part, but not down by me.
Yeah, we get moose around here, and I've been out in the woods hiking where you see all kinds of moose shit everywhere. And you see all kinds of scrapes, and you can tell it's a moose. And it's like, man, I don't want to run into a moose out here because they're gigantic and they're scary, and they can be very, very mean. A lot more meaner and aggressive than a deer, and that big rack on them is gigantic. I mean.
Oh, definitely. And, a deer, same with its, young fawn, will still, even a female deer will act aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's like something I'm like, oh, crap, what am I going to do, I can't fire into the ground where I'm right next. I'll be firing into blacktop, but, it's something that I think about. What if I do run into that deer? What the hell am I
shooting into blacktop ain't no big thing. That's just going to absorb it like what's like actually a perfect thing to shoot into, unless it's like a 1-inch layer of blacktop on top of concrete. But if it's just blacktop on top of old gravel and shit, that's a pretty decent surface to shoot into, especially straight down into. I mean, anything can bounce, I guess, but...
Yeah, I'd be worried about the ricochet off of the concrete. I mean, this is old concrete, old blacktop, so it's rather sturdy.
Well, still, blacktop by nature is just a bunch of pea gravel with, asphalt around it. Yeah, so, or tar around it. So, anyway, it's potentially, its tendency is to break up. It's never been a solid, is all I'm getting at. But, anyway, like I say, that was the problem, is everybody's got their own thing in mind when they think warning shots. So, obviously, it's not like a warning shot is this, so now let's debate it. If a warning shot could be 100 or freaking countless different things, then how do we really quantitate what the hell it is we're talking about altogether? But that was a big portion of the misunderstandings, I think, earlier too, or at least the back and forth, was that everybody has their own idea of what a warning shot is. And I think immediately, like, a safe way to just make a loud noise to either attract other people or to scare the one person, or both,
Yeah, I always think of a warning shot as something that's fired into the ground. That's the first thing when I hear warning shot. I don't think about it being shot up into the air, because I think that's not a warning shot. That's
but you watch like old TV shows, and they used to do that. Like the cop would just shoot 2 or 3 shots into the air, or like sometimes when somebody's running away, the cop will just shoot up into the air, and then again to give that loud noise or whatever. But then I guess some of the people were talking warning shots like shooting at the person, to be like, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to shoot that cigarette out of your mouth or whatever as a warning.
I'm going to shoot at your feet.
Yeah, or that. So, obviously that wouldn't be appropriate necessarily, but...
shooting around
I still say... I was just going to say, I still think... Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to finish saying it should just be no laws, and then warning shots are discouraged, and if you do fire a warning shot, you're responsible for wherever that projectile goes, period.
Correct.
So if it hurts somebody, then you're in trouble, and if it doesn't hurt somebody, well then, good luck, but don't do that as a first reaction if you can help it.
How many stories you hear about, they're out celebrating, Cinco de Mayo or whatever it is, and they're firing shots up in the air, and comes down and kills somebody.
I would think, if you had to, put a fire shot into the ground just to let them know, hey, I mean business, and this gun is loaded, and hopefully that gets their attention. But I think you'd want to avoid doing that too, because if you had to, but I don't know. It's a tough situation, It's a tough decision to make. But if you had to do that, to let them know, hey, I mean business, and this gun is loaded.
Yeah, but again, if you're out at a trailhead getting ready to go on a hike, some people come out and are like, because they'll prowl trailheads to steal all your gear or steal your car when you leave. So, they come around and they're like, hey, we don't feel like hiking after you to steal your backpacks. Why don't you just, give us all your shit and your car keys and we'll be on our way with your car. And they're 30 feet away coming at you, saying all that shit. A couple of warning shots out in the middle of nowhere. Who's that going to really hurt? A bird or some squirrel or something?
Exactly.
Right.
That's all I'm saying is when there's laws against it, in that situation, you're going to jail. And like the guys brought up earlier, like all those examples of, sure, the person who, fired the warning shot got, maybe stopped the fight or whatever, or, got the attention and caused other people to come over, but then, or what was the one? The guy kept getting hit in the face, he got hit in the face, he got hit in the face, he finally pulled out his gun and said, stop it, I've got a gun. Well, the guy got accused or got arrested for hitting him in the face as a misdemeanor or something, and then the guy who brought out the gun to say stop it got a felony because he brandished a firearm.
Yeah.
So
what bothers me is all these laws they try to push through and everything else, the only people it seems to benefit is the criminal. It really does. I see it as a...
Well, it has to. It benefits the criminal and the lawyer because they're the ones that study the law. The rest of us don't fucking study the law.
It doesn't seem to benefit us law-abiding citizens. Us, the victim, or the people who are going to be attacked, doesn't benefit us.
Yeah. The one thing you have to realize about firing shots into the air, and Mythbusters did an episode on it. You can take or leave whatever you find out from there, but a bullet, this is true scientific fact. A bullet fired at 90 degrees straight up in the air is going to reach its peak and then fall back to Earth at terminal velocity.
Yeah.
I still think
something that is going to be, it'll give you a bruise, might break the skin, but it will not penetrate.
Oh,
but that's
an
empty argument. It's still a dangerous thing to do, to just irresponsibly shoot a firearm. I'll agree with that. But I don't think a warning shot equates to always an irresponsible pulling of the trigger. It's a very deliberate, intentional pulling of the trigger to achieve a goal. And just like a firearm shoots a projectile, sure, that's its main job, but it also has the job when you brandish it to show the world, I am ready to, I've equalized the playing field. If you are going to act aggressively towards me, I don't have to know karate. I have a firearm. The escalation of force has now been equalized. So just by showing it, that's another.
But of course, we all do know
property of a firearm. Well, all right, but I'm just saying, you can. There's more than just the projectile coming out. So I say the noise that a firearm makes can be just as valuable a tool to either scare somebody away or to alert people and bring them to you, or ideally both in a bad situation. And it doesn't need to be only a projectile thrower.
Right.
But you have to be aware it throws a projectile when you make that noise. But that's why I say, if you're going to be in a bad situation like that, then maybe keep an eye out. If I had to shoot a warning shot, I'd shoot it over into that abandoned building's foundation, or into that pile of dirt over there. I obviously live in a different part of the world than you guys, so there's a heck of a lot of sand here. If I think of warning shots in my daily life, I'm almost always near a big pile of sand or somewhere or another, and that's going to stop a bullet very effectively.
Right.
I know that's not the same everywhere, so that's why I say it's a tough thing to come down on. That's why it was pretty heated earlier.
Yeah, and for me, it's either in the dirt or into a tree.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, but trees are such effective bullet stops. That's what I'm saying. It's not like you ricochet off a tree. We don't have hardwoods here. Very many of them at least anymore.
If it saves just one tree,
you immediately go over and tend to the tree's wounds, right?
For
Yeah,
me
if it's-
personally, I wouldn't give them a chance. If I'm fearing for my life, I'm going to go ahead and shoot them.
Well, of course, and we're not suggesting it has anything to do with, it's like an option when your life's in danger. We're saying that in a situation where your life necessarily isn't necessarily in danger, but you can still use your firearm as a tool. In other words, it's not just to not shoot somebody. I'm all about lethal force when necessary. I'm all about lethal force for property. I usually go farther than most people on lethal force. I just want to not, like I was saying, if there's even just one instance where a warning shot would be all right, then why put that person in jail just because, anti-gun or anti-freedom people think that none of us should be trusted with warning shots.
Right, exactly.
But we never did get a good answer on whether or not Florida actually made a new law that said warning shots are good to go, or if they removed any laws that said you can't do warning shots, because I still think that's a big difference. Like here in Arizona, we never said anybody can just carry a firearm if they feel like it. We just removed the parts that said you need to have a concealed carry license to carry a firearm. So, that's a big difference. It's not like we had to add a new law. We simply removed a few lines of code from the existing law.
Yeah. Yankee, I put a link in there. Let me know what you think of that article. I want to talk about that on my Saturday chat.
Where on the right here?
Yes, the JPFO.
Yeah.
Do you want to have her as a guest on one of your chats?
I would love to. I've not been able to find her.
I know most of the people at JPFO.
I mean, it's interesting, and it's always something to look at. But you got to remember that anyone can form a psychological profile or a psychological hypothesis based on pretty much anything they want to form it on and make it fit whatever situation they want to make it fit. So it's not something that's going to sway anyone one way or the other. But
I think it's a good idea to look at it from their point of view or whatever, try to understand why they think what they think. Hopefully have a way to parry their arguments. If they don't put any concentration into it, maybe that gives us the advantage.
And like I say, there's different types of anti-gunners. There's the pacifist, believes that if everyone got their guns taken away, they would resort to pacifism themselves because everyone wants to do the right thing if you give them a chance kind of people. There's the, I don't trust you because you're a dumb redneck and I know I'm so much better than you, but you are violent and untrustworthy, so I don't want you having guns. And, it just runs the gambit. So it's like you can't really nail down, like, what is the anti-gunner? Because there's just so many different anti-gunners, just like there's so many different people that like guns.
That'd be an interesting list to try to compile, all the different types of pro-gun people and all different kinds of anti-gun people.
Well, this Sarah Thompson, she goes through a lot of that.
I imagine you probably got more people right in the middle than one way or the other. There's probably a lot of people right up against the fence, right in the middle.
Most people don't even think of it ever, and never thought of it in their lives, except when they watch a movie or something.
I mean, the only ones us, who are really, really pro-gun is us, who people are into guns, own guns, and go shooting all the time.
But something like this, where it goes, for a moment, think about how you would feel if you believed your neighbors, coworkers wanted to kill you and your family, and you could do nothing about it except to wait for the inevitable. I mean, there's probably people out there that feel that way.
Oh, I know.
But the same way, I don't know how big a percentage that is, because I'm sure they could say there's people that are pro-gun that believe everybody's out to get them, and that's obviously not most of us or anything.
No, but that's the way a lot of the anti-gunners like to make us out to be. Is we're paranoid.
Yeah, definitely.
Although I do believe most of you all are out to get me.
More than you know. Yankee, saw Transformers. I just saw Transformers.
The new one?
New one, today.
My son wants to go see it. I'm afraid it's going to be a steaming pile of shit.
Is it good? Is this 3 or 4?
No, this is the fourth one. It was
good?
great. I loved it. It was great.
Oh, wait, this is the one where they go against dinosaurs?
This has got the Dinobots in it.
Yes, got the Dinobots in it. Yeah, they're with them. So
Dinobots were always my favorite.
Is there still a cassette player like along the
I'm not
or
gonna
is it
spoil
more like
too
a
much.
DVD player?
There's no cassette player. There's no DVD player. Remember, Michael Bay said no mass shifting, so there's no small devices unless they're already small robots. So
No, what did he say? No, what?
no mass shifting in he like in the original
Oh, okay, I see, I see.
Transformers, he had like Megatron turned into a tiny gun.
Yeah,
The
I know what you
Soundwave
mean, yeah.
turned to a cassette, but they don't want them to, unless they are small robots in terms of small things or big robots in terms of big things. So.
Well, I thought the cassettes were a small robot that went inside of the cassette player, which was a medium-sized
The
robot.
boombox, yeah, it was the boombox. Shockwave.
Well, Shockwave was the boombox, and what was the name of the cassette tape? What was his name?
No, the Soundwave.
Well, that's the thing. There was like 3 or 4 cassette tapes.
Yeah, Soundwave.
Blaster is the Autobot boombox.
But then there was a whole bunch of little cassettes you could get, I thought.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a
They
Panther,
would turn into like
Panther,
motorcycles
Robo,
and stuff.
Frenzy, Ravage, Laserbeak, and there's a vulture. There's a vulture one, but I don't know his name. Ratbat. Never mind. It's Ratbat.
There's a lion.
And then there's I don't know the names of the robots that came out of Blaster though, but they're barely ever mentioned. But they were in the movie, in the original '85 movie, which is my favorite. The only Transformers movie I really acknowledge.
The cartoon one?
The cartoon one, which is the best Transformers movie ever made.
Is there any way to see that one?
Huh? Well,
It's not
I
like
can.
on Netflix or anything.
Okay,
I downloaded it. I
were
torrented it.
like Laserbeak, Ravage, Rumble, Ratbat, the cassette tapes. These are the cassette.
And Frenzy.
Slugfest and Frenzy, yeah.
Yeah.
I remembered Laserbeak. Laserbeak turned into like a bird.
Yep. But yeah, so they did that.
Okay, so is that idiot kid and his family still in this one?
No,
No.
this is Mark Wahlberg.
Finally. Good.
Mark Wahlberg
All new
amazingly,
cast. All new cast.
yeah. Mark Wahlberg amazingly fits in a Transformers movie.
Well, anybody except for whatever they were trying to
with
pull off,
Wahlberg.
whatever that kid was trying to do. I don't know if
Shia
he was trying to
LaBeouf
be funny or something, but that was the worst parts of all those movies, was that guy.
I didn't
Yeah,
like it.
Shia LaBeouf
Well,
was
sorry,
one of them.
his girl was worse in all the movies, but then him and then his lame family, which I didn't understand.
Yeah,
any
but
of
no, but no, he's what do you call this? It's Mark Wahlberg. He's the new guy now, so it's awesome. It was.
Is he
it
an
was
army
amazingly
guy
well.
or is he just some regular guy?
He's without spoiling too much, he's a junkyard mechanic inventor who happens. It's in the trailers. He
Okay,
happens to find
that's cool.
Optimus Prime.
Yeah, that seems better than having an army guy too.
No, the premise was the Autobots are all being hunted down. So it's very, very dark.
By that dinosaur?
No,
Dinosaurs are
by the CIA.
Autobots.
By
They're
the
not
CIA.
actually Dinobots, but they're good guys.
Oh, I thought they were dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs are neutral.
Oh,
Yeah, in the comics, come on, they always fought for the Autobots.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's an awesome movie. Just check it out. So. And today I also shot the M&P Shield. I rented it at the my gun range.
Cool.
Nice. How'd you like it?
It was amazingly very stable for what it is. I thought
like
that
mine.
the grip was gonna be. I thought that the grip was gonna be very, very weird to me because it was so thin, but actually it was very stable. It didn't
Yeah.
snap at all at me.
It's a much
After
more comfortable thin grip than like the XDS or anything. The XDSs and the PPS from Walther, their grips are just too oddly shaped. They shape like a 1x2. The Shield is actually a lot more comfortable than either of those.
If you ever get one though, put these Talon grips on it. It makes a world of difference with these Talon grips on. $18, $19 shipped to your door. It's not bad.
okay, cool. 18 Talon grips. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be in a few months. Right now, it's I'm holding off on it. And besides, they're like stock of them is really low right now because they came out.
Thin grip.
I'm gonna wait until the hoopla dies down and it becomes a regular inventory, like the regular Shield.
Hey, Chris, I got a question real quick. So my favorite Transformers toy, and I can't remember the name now, was the Autobots jet. Kind of looked like
It looks like an A10.
No, it wasn't an A10. It was before that. It actually looks like a fighter
the
jet.
spacey looking one. The spacey looking one.
Yeah, the spacey looking one.
Sky. Doggone it. I'm bad with names. Skyfire.
Skyfire.
Skyfire. Okay.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
I love my Gen 1. So I love my Gen 1, but a lot of the names too. I prefer some of the Japanese names. Believe it or not, I don't like Prime being called Prime. That's his name for years, but I prefer to call him his original name, Grand Convoy. Geek moment, but yeah. The shield was good for what it is. It's very comfortable. Oh, I also a buddy of mine also brought his XDM. What's the model? That's a 45 full size. XDM.
Yep.
Just an XDM 45, I think.
XDM 45, yeah, the big one,
Yep.
yeah. Very accurate gun. I mean, I've always what do you call this? I've always been very accurate with 45.
Yeah, the reason you're accurate with 45s, I'm really accurate with 45s too, is because they push.
There is no
The
push.
round pushes it pushes back against your hand.
Yeah,
Instead
but
of
there's
doing
no
a muzzle flip.
Yeah, there's no flip to it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The recoil comes more straight back than like with the 9mm or the 40.
And I can actually see the bullet fly. What's amazing about it, I can actually see it fly towards the target. That big piece of copper coming out of it. Like, oh. but yeah, it's, my hands hurting because I shot like a couple of guns, including I shot my Blood 9 for a while. I haven't
That
taken
would
that out in a
definitely
while.
make your hands hurt.
Well, no, it's not that. It's a heavy gun. It absorbs recoil really well.
No, what I was getting at, it's blood, of course. Hands are hurt after getting all bloody with the Blood 9.
So what was all the hoopla? I mean, I was too busy to listen to the Tech Daddy chat. You guys were like, Yankee was like, right? I was looking at the text on gun channels, and Yankee was going insane in there.
Yankee was going ham.
It's like, I can't stand this anymore.
Well, it's like one of the people that just sent. It's like one of the people that sent me a Brauberg 29 or Brauberg or whatever his name is 29 that sent me the email afterwards, and said it was like they were a bunch of kindergartners that hadn't considered their opinions, and the teacher came in and started yelling at them, and they quickly all tried to scamper and point fingers. And I was like, yeah, that did kind of come across that way, because it was like they was sitting in the room and they were all like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, when people were saying ridiculously anti-gun shit. And then later they were all like, oh no, I wasn't supporting that. I wasn't supporting that. I was against that. And granted, a lot of them weren't supporting it, but they weren't denouncing it either. So and then they try to use the whole, well, people are entitled to their opinion. No, people are not entitled to be wrong and promote something that's wrong on equal footing with something that's right. If you allow that, then you're disingenuous and you're not doing anyone a service. You're just being a soapbox for morons. And it was just frustrating that no one was standing up and saying, listen, you're portraying this in a way that the anti-gunners would love. They'd love to get a hold of this chat. They'd love to hear someone like PR Chico going, there's no safe place to discharge a firearm. So it was just ridiculous.
There might not be too many safe places to discharge a firearm in the middle of downtown New York.
I can fire my fucking firearm right here in my garage safely if I wanted to.
Yep.
I have done it on a video.
What do you call this? It's like good intent. A lot of everything there seems to be good intentions, but we do know what good intentions usually lead up to, right? And that's a lot of it from what they say. I mean, I didn't. If you read into what they say, from my perspective at least, if you read into what they say, they were being, support. They mean well. But just the words didn't come out the way it should. I mean, the message got mixed up. That's why that's where I was getting it. It's like, yeah, there's no safe place to shoot a firearm, and it's like, okay, I see that you're trying to be a safety guy here. You're trying to promote safety, but it's coming off the wrong way.
Even that is annoying when people try to promote safety to the point of where they become safety Nazis. And that's kind of what was coming across. It was coming across as if they were almost afraid to say anything they were going to have to apologize to an anti-gunner for. Like, oh, I apologize for pretending that, I can make a responsible decision with a firearm and not harm someone. And if I did harm someone, I could be held responsible for that. There's no need to make a law that states that, well, that will just prevent you from taking the act to begin with, because the act hasn't proven to be dangerous. The problem doesn't exist. So, it was just irritating.
It was, like I said, it was definitely a vibe to it that I totally understand what Yankee was saying. It was frustrating. Watch it and let us know if maybe we're crazy, because we are kind of opinionated at times, I've heard.
Yeah.
Opinionated? Hell no.
I've never heard that.
Ay, anywho,
Chris, did you use the 9 or the 40 on the shield?
9.
Okay.
My experience with the 40 is a little bit not pleasant when I shot a 40 before. People are probably gonna say, well, that's because it's a Taurus. Because I shot out of a 24/7, a very small 24/7.
Well, that was your mistake.
See, they're blaming it on Taurus already, not just because it's the size of the gun. If I shot a 40 Smith & Wesson MP, I'm probably going to feel almost the same snap I felt when I was shooting that 24/7.
Oh, you will. I think you just made a mistake firing the Taurus. But no, I get the same thing from 40s, and I fired 40 Glock, 40 Smith & Wesson. How about, the M&P, and I can't remember what the other 40 was, but I fired 5 different 40s.
Yeah. Why can't we just make 7.62x25 and judge on that?
Every time I fired a 40, I just did not enjoy shooting the 40.
Yeah.
Especially out of a small gun.
What do you call this? I know we got the SIG 357 SIG, but let's bring back the 7.62x25 and try to make something out of that.
I actually owned the Taurus Millennium Pro in 45, which is basically a 24/7. And I actually hate that gun.
Yeah, thank you. I love how you said you owned. I knew we got rid of it as soon as you said that.
You're lucky.
Well, when I first started shooting it, it was actually fine, but after I broke it in, it was just shooting horribly.
I don't know. I've had my friend's revolver and my 22 revolver. My 22 revolver. You think about this: a 22 revolver that would go out of time, not after I originally had it. It went out of time. Set it back in, get it repaired. Get it back, and it went out of time. Set it back, got it repaired, and sold it because I did not want to try for the third time. How can how can a gun that shoots a 22 go out of time so badly? I mean, this has happened within 50 rounds of getting it back. It went back out of time. It was in time for those first, 40 or so rounds, but then it started shaving lead.
Hey, G-Webs, you think Tim from Military Arms Channel will accept an invite? Because if tomorrow I'm gonna do my chat on my official alternative rifle chat. And if it's anybody I know who has experience with alternative rifles, it's him.
Are you filling in for Edge, or is
Edge? Yeah, Edge. I was told that Edge wasn't doing his, so if he doesn't do his, then he's invited to my chat if he
Edge
shows up.
isn't around. He's on vacation, so he needed somebody to fill in anyway. Mac likes to do them after 9 our time because he doesn't like to do it while the kids are awake.
Okay.
So if you're going to send him one, then schedule it after 9. I'll give you his email. It's not hard. It's just his name. But I'll give you his email if you want to send it to him. So that's on Quark if you want people to show up. I don't know. It's 12:30 here now. Um,
11.
if you want people to show up, send them the emails as soon as possible, like as far as ahead of time as you can think of. Like if you know it's going to be at a specific time, then follow up because people are busy, do things, and
Okay.
if you want them to be aware of it, you got to make them aware of it first, and then give them time to plan it or whatever, and then follow up so that they don't forget about it.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking, and this is no offense to anybody. Hoping I'm not gonna offend anybody, but I'm gonna choose mostly bigwigs on this one.
You bastard.
Oh, I'm offended.
I'm offended too.
Well,
What you two? You are included in the bigwig list. Quark.
I'm still offended.
I'm not a big wig.
Quark.
According
I'm
to,
sorry.
Yeah, according to
even a
Demolition
small
Ranch, G-Webs isn't a big wig either.
See, I know
They
something.
do a video or something on bigwigs or something.
Yeah,
Huh?
he did the top 10 gun channels on YouTube.
Oh, I'm
He
not.
didn't
Yeah.
cut
What
every
the hell
single
was
one.
that? What the hell was that? Yeah, the Demolition Ranch didn't include you. What the fuck was that all about?
Who did they include then?
Webs?
No, they did not include G-Webs. They only included Such. They included Rated RR, which I never really hear much about.
He's not even, he's
You
a
know,
good
there's not any.
And James Yeager.
not a gun channel.
Did he do TN Outdoors 9?
Oh yeah, TN Outdoors 9. I don't know if he included TN Outdoors 9.
He did
Maybe he did.
Hickok,
I think he did. Okay.
Iraq veteran.
It's got to be the biggest gun channel on.
Well, his biggest one, of course, was what's his name? I always forget his name. The fake Russian guy.
That's not a gun channel either.
Yeah. That's an entertainment channel.
Exactly. He definitely didn't get the. At least I thumbed it down because it wasn't that good of a list.
So in other words, he made a list of here's the most popular kitty show blow things up channels, except for like TNR's Outdoor 9 and stuff. That's actually a good channel.
And Such.
He included himself.
Such is an advertisement channel.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, and he included what's his face? None Fancy.
Yeah, I could see that. None Fancy is one of the most influential gun channels on YouTube.
Yep.
If you can
He's the
sit
granddaddy
seriously
of them.
for 3 hours, yes.
Well, it wasn't the 10 biggest channels that people like. It was just the 10 biggest channels, right?
Yeah.
Or that some people. No, I don't want to say it like that. That
10
likes.
biggest channels by subscriber.
Did he include the Fledermaus too? I think he did.
That's not really a gun channel either.
That's a science channel. Who just happens to do buckshot. I mean, shotgun shells also.
Well, and 22. He did shotguns and 22s. I don't
Oh,
think I've ever
22.
seen him do anything else.
I think he did 22 Plinkster.
Yeah, he did 22 Plankster as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, who cares what he thinks are the biggest channels, to be honest.
Uh,
Well, I'll just quit making videos then.
Yeah. Because we didn't get his approval.
I don't know. He was going by subscribers. I don't know what his lowest subscriber, limitation.
130 something thousand.
Are you kidding me? G-Webs has bought more than that. Last time I checked.
Last I checked, he made
I'm like 120 maybe. I don't know. I'll go look.
Well, see, there's the problem. You're such a failure.
You're 10,000 subscribers.
I don't really put
short.
the work into it. No, I only got 115. I don't really put the work into it.
Lord knows I sure as hell don't try to get subs.
They don't do it by number of views, because that one I'm doing all right, and they didn't do it by number of videos, because the only person beating me on videos is Cutler Lover now.
And he's
I
not
didn't get a number of views because I get more views than 22 Plinkster.
Well, I mean, I've got 108 million views. There's only Hickok and Erica being bigger than that right now. I don't know. I haven't checked in a while either, though.
I'm only at like 26 million views.
Oh yeah, Erica is also the Korean Erica was also featured in there.
But I am over 1,000 videos, and 7 or 8 of them are actually fairly decent.
Oh, I'm at like 95,000 views. So when you guys say, "Oh, 27 million views," I'm like, "Oh god."
Wait a minute. He didn't include Military Arms Channel, which had two.
Tim's not really a gun channel, right? He's not really that big.
I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he did military arm.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I don't remember. Okay.
Can y'all see this target?
Hold on a second.
Yep.
Hold on.
Yeah, I can see it.
That's the first full load 357 Magnum rounds, the first 6 rounds out of my Chiappa Rhino at 20 yards.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
cool.
It's accurate as hell.
That's good for a short snubby there.
Well, that's me shooting it. So
Yeah,
Dang.
the gun's getting a good group. I just couldn't aim center. That was my fault. I learned a little bit later on. Now that I've got 600 rounds to it, I'm aiming a little more center, but I was holding it a little weird. But
is that your new carry gun, Yankee, or what?
it might stay my carry gun after I finish testing it.
Nice.
Well, you're a revolver guy.
But I mean, and this is here. Let me see if I can.
Do they have those in stainless somehow?
Why is this the same picture again and again here?
I thought it only let you screen capture once per session or something now.
I don't know what it's doing. I don't like it. Whatever it's doing, I don't like it.
I almost have 400. Oh, I'll have 400 videos, I think, exactly after I upload the 4. I got waiting. And only one's any good.
I'm still short of 1,000 subs. I'm like teeter-tottering between 950 and 960 now. So it's better teeter-tottering. Back then it was between 930 and 940.
There it is after 6 more rounds.
That's nice.
So yeah, it's
Dang.
on target.
It's like you're overcompensating on the trigger. That's just my observation.
It's just I was just holding the gun too hard because I can't figure out where to put my thumbs on the damn thing because I'm afraid I'm going to blow my thumb off.
Yeah, you're like doing a drift. You're doing a drift. Yeah. Mine's, I tried shooting right today, like shooting with my right hand, and I am getting groups, but it was to the left, to the right of the target also.
And that's only an 8-inch wide target, so that's not a big target, and that's at 20 yards.
That's still good. You'll still, if you're aiming for the heart, you'll still get the guy's lungs and blast it to pieces.
Hey, Obama was in Minneapolis today. You should have gone over there, Quark.
Really? I should have?
That's fairly close to you, isn't it?
4.5 hour drive.
Should have went anyway. Where's your dedication?
Oh, I would probably wouldn't be hosting this chat if I went there today because I would have been arrested for being anti-Obama. Plus, I can't carry in Minnesota. Stupid
Oh,
Minnesota.
yeah, if I remember right, that was one of the reasons to get a Florida permit, is it lets you have Minnesota. It's like one of the few out-of-state Minnesota ones that let you get Minnesota.
I got a Florida permit. Can I carry in Minnesota?
Yep.
I believe so, unless something's changed, but we were going to do a canoe trip up there, and the only way we could have carried is if we would have got Florida's.
Yeah, but I can carry in frickin' Michigan and Iowa. Can't carry in Minnesota or Illinois.
Take it. Minnesota's not as gun friendly as Wisconsin, or what? Or they just don't like reciprocate
no.
with most states.
They don't
Wisconsin was less gun friendly because they had concealed carry at least before Wisconsin, but it must be something like they probably have like an 8-hour, 16-hour course or something that
I think there is
states are worth.
there's an 8-hour course. Or no, they actually require shooting, I think. Wisconsin doesn't.
So sometimes when the states have more requirements than most of the other states, they'll feel like the other states don't meet their requirements, so they won't let reciprocity happen.
Okay.
Sometimes it's hard to say. I have never researched it, but I'm I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing it's something like that. Or else maybe it just never came up. I could also see how many people go to Minnesota, really, unless you're a fisherman. What are you going to Minnesota for? So they might have just never had anybody push them to get a stupid law off the books or whatever.
Yeah, I went there in 2010 to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I don't plan to go back.
I'm sure.
Yeah, because all the anti-gun states, don't reciprocate. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, a lot of all those states, they don't reciprocate with anybody.
Oh yeah, California doesn't want to reciprocate with anybody, especially they look over our border and say, "You bastards better keep your guns over there."
Here's what I can say: every state I want to visit, I can carry in with one Wisconsin permit. That's half the states in this country, so I'm set.
California looks over our border, the California-Arizona border, and says, "Constitutional carry." Pooey!
Yep, I don't. The people in Minnesota are so freaking, or at least this, the Twin Cities area are so freaking rude.
I'm thinking about joining. Are you a GWF? Do you remember the Arizona Citizens Defense group?
Of course.
Okay, about
Citizens Defense League, AZCDL.
League. Yeah. I'm gonna join them.
It's about time. Should be a lifetime. You should be a life member. Put it on your list of goals. It's the best organization in Arizona, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But
Well, they're doing a good job.
I'm in Georgia.
If you want to
I
go to
can't-
gun shows for free, just volunteer with them and sit at the table for an hour or two, and then you get into the gun show for free.
Yeah, that's what Ryan's doing. he's joining them so he can be at gun
Is he?
shows for free. Yeah.
Excellent. That's excellent. Because that's what they need is people that are not just sort of like Tech Days philosophy. You don't have to be, a hardcore operator guy in order to be involved with firearms. So the more variety of people they have manning the booths, the better it is for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a great organization. Yeah, I'm very familiar with them.
It is weird. I can carry in North Carolina with a Georgia carry license, but I can't carry in South Carolina.
South Carolina, unless you actually own land in South Carolina, you can't get a concealed carry permit. That's one state that doesn't accept anybody else's concealed carry.
Shit just got real.
Oh, Marco joined us. Yay.
That's right.
Why would anyone want to go to South Carolina?
Myrtle Beach.
That's where
yeah.
Palmetto State Armory is.
I
Drive
want
through drive through to go to Charlotte.
Yeah, let's just say, why would I want to go to Myrtle Beach? Oh, I guess maybe if I have a shortage of fucking sand fleas and white trash hillbillies in my life, I'll go to Myrtle Beach.
Name another beach better outside of Florida on the East Coast.
I just go to Florida. I'm on the East Coast.
Outside of Florida, name one.
Well, why wouldn't I just go to Florida instead of
Because
going?
that's not the fucking question. The fucking question is name one outside of Florida.
Why would I go to South Carolina? Because they got a best beach outside of Florida. Well, why wouldn't I just go to Florida if it's
Well,
only
not everyone makes six figures like you, where they can put 8 people on a plane.
Florida when we were poor as
All right,
church.
whatever. Great. All right.
Hey, Marco,
You
I
were the
don't know
question.
anywhere near 6 figures, and I went to Florida for almost a week.
I mean, people have been to Florida, but I mean, if you're gonna make a vacation every year, it's easier to go to South Carolina than it is to go to Florida every
Wow.
year.
If I started in West Virginia, why is it all that much easier? I can go down to Mobile or go over to Florida, Panhandle,
It's like twice the drive, so you're talking about twice the gas.
I went to South Carolina, but it wasn't my choice. I got this paperwork that says your duty station is now Fort Jackson,
Oh, yeah.
and I chose.
Your uncle let you stay with him for a while?
Whose uncle?
Uncle
Our
Sam?
uncle, Sam?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. That uncle. Yep. What do you call this? I wanted Fort Bliss, Texas, so I can be with a couple of my best friends, but no. And what else? And I wanted just a couple of years in South Carolina and then go to Okinawa, but no. I wanted to go to Japan, but no, they weren't deploying to Okinawa anymore after ever since they went to Iraq.
See, I knew you were Japanese.
Shit, I just want to go to Japan. That's all.
Japan's nice.
Yeah.
Marco, where are you coming down on the warning shots? I know you had an opinion on it.
I mean, not for me, but I definitely think it should be legal. I mean, I can see situations where you can give a warning shot without having to kill somebody. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely for it.
Okay.
The only time I'm gonna give a warning, I'm gonna have a warning shot is if I miss.
Yeah, well, I can understand why Mark would believe in warning shots. He's afraid of firing down and stuffing up his shoe.
Hey, why did that one picture over there turn to some big Guido guy, then back to a Sig? What's going on?
Technically,
Sean turned his camera on for a second.
Yeah.
Hey, question, guys. Have you ever guys gone to a gun shop?
Nope,
Once.
never.
Shop. Gone to a gun shop. Went to a saw a gun that you wanted, but they had they either didn't have it or they were too high priced, so you had to go somewhere else. And then a couple of weeks later, you go back to the same gun shop, saw the gun for the price that you wanted it for.
No.
Nope.
Shit happens.
Trying to think of something like that, but no, not really.
Yeah, because I went to that gun shop. I went to that gun shop with the range the other today, and I was looking. They laughed at me when they said, "Oh, nobody sells a M&P compact for $450." And then guess what? They had two of them for
Yeah.
two M&P compacts for $450.
So, did you say you're going to get one now, or did it change your mind shooting it, or are you still going to get a Ruger or whatever?
Compact.
Oh, I never thought about getting a Ruger, and that was just a project that I was
Oh
thinking
no,
of.
the car. Then I get the car. So you're not
that
going
was
to get any of them now?
That was a project I was thinking of. I'm just gonna go back on that, and I could go for a shield. I'll save up. I'll see what my priorities are when the money comes available. So
Now, I would say the closest thing I ever had to what you just described happened, though, is one time I did go into a local gun shop. And I saw a Smith & Wesson, I think it was a model 66-2 snub nose. I have one now, but I didn't have one at the time. And I remember they had it priced at like $650. I didn't have $650. But I was like, man, I wish that was like $500. I would buy it because I only had like $525 at the time or something like that. And I've looked at it several times, and I went around, looked around the shop a little more, and came back, looked at it again, then went back and looked around the shop. Then I drove over to another gun shop, looked around for a little while, didn't see anything, and I came back to that shop. And as I come back to that shop, I'm walking around looking at the other, I think at the time I was looking at buying my first Glock. And the guy walks up to the counter and pulls out that gun, and I was like, oh, someone's buying that, is it? He said, yeah. He says, I hate to sell it for it, but I wanted to sell it today. The owner was like, I was like, really? He's like, yeah. He said, only getting $450 out of it, but still, it's better than nothing. And I'm like, motherfucker.
Yeah. 500.
An hour ago, I would have got it, but.
Oh, I hate it when they slip a Canadian in on you like that.
Oh, what? Fuck.
Out of nowhere, you hear the Bob
Gee-webs.
laughing.
Oh, hey,
it just
by the way-
startles you. It's like jumping into the water. You're not shrivel up, and you realize there's a Canadian in the room.
Watch your mail. I sent you something.
Yep. Whenever my balls shoot up
Who,
inside,
me?
I'm like, must be a
Yeah.
Canadian.
Woohoo! All right, thanks.
You can get it in the mail.
I'm gonna
That's so cool. I
say.
love the mail. I mean, I can get handguns.
Oh, wait a
in
minute.
fucking mail.
This is my senile Canadian sending me something in the mail. Is this going to be like healthcare poop?
Oh no, I get healthcare. Yeah, I mean, I can actually poop in a bag and mail it, and the doctor will survey it and go, no, you don't have colon cancer. You don't have to worry about anything. That's
Bob
the
just
fucking
come-
most
Bob-
badass thing in the world.
Did Bob just come out on your chat? Because I would have sworn he said I love males.
No,
Yes,
no,
he
no.
does.
I say I love the mail. The mail, meaning the postal system.
Just
So you're
one.
saying
We
you
understand you're
Okay,
monogamous.
okay, yeah,
We
because I know
understand.
Yankees a little bit big into that, you know.
So you're saying you're homophobic?
There you go.
Oh, hell no, I'm not homophobic. I know lots of homosexuals. They're fine. They talk funny and stuff, but I don't mind that. I enjoy that. That's why I go in these chats and listen
Night,
to
John.
Yankee. And Chris. Actually, I'm going to learn some really good Filipino swear words from
Males
guys
aren't
at
allowed
work
to be
and
gay.
use them against Chris.
You know what? I want to invite Bob to tomorrow's chat
Oh.
for my alternate rifles chat because he's a VZ expert. The thing is, he's probably going to spring. Every time I ask him, anybody have any ideas for alternatives to that's not an AKAR, and he's going to spout off a lot of different wood guns on us, and that's all he's going to say.
EZ-58s.
That's not the chat you were talking about inviting just bigger names to, is it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Narenkos are good, but there's some really cool.
All right, I'd much rather talk USA soccer than
Don't that
fucking
chat, 'cause I
Naruto.
don't know much about rifles.
Yeah, there's some really cool rifles you can buy up here that use AR-15 magazines, and because they make a pistol, we can use the pistol mags in our rifles.
Yankee, let me ask you this though: are you an observant guy that can take a look at a gun just by by looking at the structure, looking at how it's how it's supposed to work and stuff? Can you judge if that would be a good gun or not?
No.
MacWark, huh?
No.
Okay.
No
Well,
one
it's
can.
up to you.
Chris,
It's
unless
up to
they
you
have,
then. You have an
laser
open
eyes.
No,
It's okay
rifles
then.
long guns are not my area of specialty. So if it's a long gun chat, you'd be better off filling that spot with somebody else.
Well,
All right,
yeah,
so if
you
anybody
have-
wants to turn this into a chat, we'll keep it live. Otherwise, Clark's going to kick out, so then it'll go dead on gun channels.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say before I left here. Is if somebody wants to run the next one, go for it. I need sleep.
I gotta get some work done.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of late for me. I mean, it's kind of late for